my friends, familia across the globe. Hi, Germany. Hi, Thailand. Hi, California. Welcome, welcome. April, welcome. Glad you could join us. This is about you're at the park with sunglasses and a hat. I love it. I
Can
how
you hear?
yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, you're awesome. I love your scenery. That's so perfect. I gotta start broadcasting from the park. That's a brilliant idea. Just brilliant. So welcome to day 4 of this 5-day astrological challenge, where we have literally begun to dive very deep into each other's charts around our identity, around our spiritual path, around blockages that might be there, around us creating massive amounts of wealth and abundance. And we started this 5-day challenge. The second day was one of the biggest full moons and my birthday I think I've ever felt in my life. Thank you. Thank you, April. And how is everyone? How is everyone doing physically? Like, is anyone feeling any tiredness today, or just kind of like the energy's a little bit slow or dense? Whenever it's like that, I have my own sort of ways of handling it. Like, I'll go out into nature, like April is, and I'll just lay down on the ground, like with a blanket, just like you're doing, and just let go, because what feels like has happened is like huge amounts of energy has been brought up by the moon, and it's like dissipating out of our bodies, and it can feel a little sluggish or heavy almost energetically with the full moon. So what I thought I would do today for fun is to start our class with a little music, and just invite everyone to like move your body a little bit and just kind of shake out any tension, shake out anything. And also the song, we've already listened to it before, but the song is really powerful for tapping into the energy of I am, which is what the sun has just gone into. It's just gone into Aries, which is I am. It's the individual, it's identity, it's the self. And then we had this huge activation at the full moon of Pluto, the planet of transformation, intensity, life, sex, death. I mean, it's just like that sort of base survival, touches the core of us, touches the foundation of us. And so this song for me was like my remedy for sort of the intensity of what this full moon has brought up, and the encouragement of that sun in Aries to go through it. So I'm going to just share screen. I want to invite you all to shake it out, move your body as you need to. Let's just get into our bodies. Let's just get into our breath. Let's just get present, with whatever we've had going on with the day. Just let it all go and enjoy this amazing band. They're called Satsang, and the name of the song, of course, is I Am. And it's just all about us rising up into our true self, right? Empowering us to have that courage to really choose that path. And as we do, what happens? It's pretty amazing.
Accept me with grace. But I know that I was meant to be here. still stand tall in the lion's den. So know in my heart I am one of them, yeah. Well, there lies in the facets of everything that we see. They're telling us to be scared when all we ever are is free. I'm letting go of the things that don't serve me no more, 'cause I am holy and sacred and righteous and true, and I deserve to be here, and so do you. And I deserve to be here. I said it, so do you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. When I'm in a constant transition, constantly changing vision, story never certain, there is always a revision to be made. Think about the demons I have slayed. I am not afraid of confrontation. And to the people that seek evil, not as peaceful as I look, a warrior at heart, so precaution must be took. Trying to give in to the lessons now are soft in my ways and means are changing, 'cause I talk to spirit often. Tell me to stay sharp, tell me to stay present, tell me to ignore the fools and focus on the salmon. I see that will stop my ego, I will remain strong, I will make mistakes and I will often be wrong. I'm perfectly imperfect and I'm only here to learn, and all the evil on the path gets burned. I said I'm perfectly imperfect and I'm only here to learn, and all the evil on the path gets burned. Turn. Whatever lies in the facets of everything that we see, they're telling us to be scared when all we ever are is free. I'm letting go of the things that don't serve me no more, 'cause I am holy and sacred and righteous and true, and I deserve to be here, and so do you.
Okay. So we all deserve to be here. Holy sacred moment, time together.
All right, how many of y'all have been to a satsang show before? All right. How many of y'all is this your first show? Great. How many of you newcomers are going to tell all your friends that you saw us today and that they should do the same? All right, all right. All right, y'all, now we're going to dig deep. We're going to do a little self-work here together as a community. So I want you to think of something that you've been struggling with that's heavy on your mind. I already got my thing. I've had it for a few days. Could be big or small. Maybe it's a breakup, something with your lady or your partner, something at work, something with your family. It doesn't matter. Just think of that thing, whatever it is that's bugging you that you want to let go of here in this magical place that we call Harmony Park. So I want you to think of that thing, and I want you to visualize that thing in your hands. Now I want you to stick your hands up in the air. I want to see everybody's hands. Everybody, let me see them. All the way in the back too, I see you by the bar. Put your hands up. All right, and when I say so, what we're going to do is we're going to scream as loud as we can, and we're going to blast whatever that thing is, no matter how big or small, out of our lives. And then we're going to continue with this beautiful weekend. Sound good? All right, now I want y'all to wait for it. Really focus in on it, y'all. Everything inside, you got it. Now scream and let it go!
There you go, my friend. Let it out. Let that tongue come out. Let it out. Take out your hand. Take out your head, take it out of your body, get it out of your soul, break it out of your system, just let that stuff go, whatever it is, just get it on out.
The pressure always comes from the outside. Try not to let it in where I reside.
Bring in
Well,
the
this
good
is my
energy of
heart, my
love.
home, my choice, my
That
love,
new
my
vision.
life, my path, my voice.
What you want
I
to
feel my
create.
heart grow with each step.
Who do you want to
I
be
stand
now?
firm in where my path goes next. But I know that where it goes is where I need to be. The more lessons rain down, the more blessings I see. Yeah. Harmony Park!
Right.
We thank you from the deepest depths of our hearts and souls. We love you so much.
All right, my friends. Welcome back. Hi, Barbara. Glad you could join us. We'll let John come in. How are you guys feeling? You feel a little more here, a little more present, a little more grounded in your body? Awesome. Yeah, this is deep stuff, right? We're digging into our soul chart. So astrology isn't just, hi, John. Astrology isn't just our piece of symbols and signs and calculations. The astrology chart is just a gateway into our soul essence. And so that's what we're going to do today. We're going to dive deep with your beautiful, beautiful friends here. So I'm going to share screen. We're going to jump into it. Let's do this. Who's ready? I get it. Amen. Let's do this. Let's see what we can unearth and discover today. Woo, that was so great. All right, so here we are. I'm curious, this last astrological moon cycle, sometimes you feel it like a lot, and sometimes you feel it like a lot. And I feel like this last full moon was like a lot, like where it's been what, Tuesday, Wednesday. So we're on the second day after. And I'm still feeling it like almost like a weight, almost like a physical sensation in my body. I don't know if you're sensing this or perceiving this, but I thought it might be powerful to dive into the energetics of what went on with this full moon just a little bit. So we could kind of get deeper into our own chart with the knowledge of what's been going on. So this whole 5-day challenge has been focused on unleashing our spiritual voice aligned to infinite wealth, right? So how do we tap into our true self, our spiritual self, clear the blocks to having infinite wealth? Like, what does that take? And so yesterday we dove into, how all the astrological signs relate to like a part of the body, right? And we dove into the houses and how each house is associated with a sign, which means it's associated with a body part. And how the astrological chart is literally a microcosm of our life stream, right? It starts with identity, and then it goes all the way around to coming back home to God, right? And how through the chart, we can tap into both our spiritual purpose and to our planets of wealth, like our millionaire planet, our billionaire planet, and we can start to align, identify what our soul purpose is, and then see what the blocks are to having it. And also, what is our access point to infinite wealth? So, right, your purpose in life is to find your purpose. Amen. Amen. So we got to find our purpose, right? So that is where the astrological chart comes in. That's why I'm so freaking pumped, and I'm like posting like crazy, and I'm sharing video content, I'm posting on YouTube, because I have been able through the astrological chart to identify my purpose in terms of what am I most talented at that I can give the most of to the world, and then begun to do it. And I can't even believe how awesome that is when we know what ways we can be to give service to the world. And then we do it, and it's like so aligned, and everyone goes crazy. I love it because you're doing what you are, right? You're not trying to be anything different. And so what I'm talking about is the midheaven. Okay. Right. So, April's trained with me, and Lily, you've been here, John, Stefan, you've been here. that midheaven, that top point, and Barbara, this might be new for you. The top point of the chart, if we're looking at an astrological chart, the very top of the chart is called the midheaven. And it relates to it's like your star of the Christmas tree. And so knowing what astrological sign you have there is going to reveal to you what you're so super good at. And so that's where the answer to purpose comes in. Okay. And then what's the next step? Give your whole heart and soul to it. Give your whole heart and soul to it. Basically surrender to that path, surrender to that purpose, right? Give your all for it. And what happens when we do that, kind of amazingly, and you may read this in biographies or documentaries of very famous, very successful people, is that they sort of kind of found that naturally, their path, they aligned to it, and then the money just it just poured in. Okay. Now there's other stories where that didn't happen. Okay. I'm not going to lie. And why didn't that happen? Right. And if we looked at their astrological chart, we would probably see some kind of issue with their Chiron, with their destiny point, with a karmic point, where maybe they had unresolved karma blocking them from really stepping into that purpose and owning it. Now, some people say, well, isn't that just fate, right? You're stuck, you've that karma, you can't ever resolve it. No, I don't think that way. What I think is the astrological chart is a map, and it shows us where the karma may be that could be interfering with us fulfilling our purpose. And then we have the right energy healing tools, we can clear that stuff. And so my vision and mission in life is to empower and support others in identifying your soul purpose, clearing the blocks that could be there in the chart around it, and then being able to move forward and then manifest infinite wealth. And so that's what this whole training is about, is getting you all to that place where you're like, oh, that's what my purpose is. Oh, that might be the block. Oh, and by the end of this, it's going to be like life-changing, right? It's like 5 days to empower your soul purpose into massive wealth. And that's really what we're here for. So I wanted to start this with, I am abundance and success, right? Let's bring together the concept of soul purpose, aligning to what we're here for, and true infinite wealth and abundance. I mean, can I get an amen? Like, amen to the idea, yeah, of us being aligned to our spiritual purpose and allowing and receiving infinite wealth and abundance to flow in to our minds, our bodies, our hearts, our spirits, right? So that we can be receiving infinite wealth, creating infinite wealth, aligning to our true soul purpose, and being supported through every level of our being. Wow, talk about the dream. But does it need to be a dream, or really is it our birthright? You know, look at a flower, look at a tree. It is blooming in complete ecstasy with its nature, right? It's just, I'm up here being this tree. I got my big leaves and my boughs and my flowers, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm just like flowing. And I got all the food and water I need because the universe provides for me, and I'm just being me, right? And so what is wrong with our culture that this isn't the state of everyone on this planet, is what I want to ask you. And why not, instead of thinking that aligning to your purpose and being infinitely successful is like a 1 in a million thing, why don't we change our thinking and be like, no, scratch that. This is what all of us are coming into. That is what every soul on this planet is coming into, being aligned to who we really are, like those trees and those flowers, giving our gifts, right? The plants give the fruit, the trees give their boughs and needles, right? We give our gifts as well. And then being provided for as we give those gifts. Wow. Now that's a vision that I can get up for every single day, to get out here and to inspire you all and give you the guidance to get there. And how? Well, that's why we use the True the Stars map, because it gives us that information. It gives us our midheaven, which is like the peak of our chart. It gives us our Chiron, which is our deepest wound. It gives us the millionaire planet and the billionaire planet and the house of money. Okay. And so as the astronauts that we are on this voyage, learning about how to utilize this map that can basically unlock our purpose, our destiny, reveal karma, reveal our most ideal personal love relationship. I mean, it has the secrets we're looking for. And yet many of us spend most of our lives not ever knowing how to read it. And so that's why I'm out here with this class, just continually attempting to teach it better and better and better so that you all can get it better and better and better and better. And so that's what we're all here for tonight. Oh yeah, this is a fun little testimonial of some clients I've worked with before. And I just kind of want to show their experience of getting their readings, right? And you last night, you had some readings, right? And Stefan, you've got one coming, and April, and April's experienced many. She's experienced many. This chart, because it's based so much on the stars exactly, is crazy accurate, like on point, 100% accuracy almost every time. I don't know how that works. I just have to surrender and receive it because my mind can't really fathom it too much. But this is a fun video of some clients just to give you some review perspective of like, as you learn this stuff, what does that create for other people in their lives? Okay, so here, check it out.
I don't know much about astrology, and I haven't really been interested in learning up until, I would say, the last 6 months. Wow, I feel like you're spot on with so much that you've said, right?
Oh, yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. I think you've answered most all of them that I even had. So thank you. Yes.
I'm no longer a Gemini. Oh gosh. Okay. That whole "who am I" question. Gosh, gee whiz.
Yeah.
I was born on a full moon.
Yeah.
Holy, that was good. Okay. I totally feel that. Refreshing to know, or have some like validity to what you're feeling, or explanation and further understanding to where like it's not your weakness. It's a part of
There's
who you
nothing
are.
wrong with you. You're just being you.
Yes. Yes.
And you're
Thank you.
complex and beautiful.
Yeah, celebrating the glory that we are, the uniqueness. Yes, yes, I appreciate it because sometimes, like with human design, I've had readings that are like super generic. That it's like, I feel like you're just reading from the textbook of what this thing means instead of actually like applying it or like seeing the whole picture and then piecing it together. And so
Yeah.
that was you're super knowledgeable, but also like super present. So thank you.
Yeah, I think I needed this because, like you said, I believe in astrology so much that I tried to make myself fit into my tropical chart. So my true chart, it's almost like, I knew this is who I was, and I was trying to fit myself into some mold that I'm not. Makes sense. I do not look like an Aquarius. I look like Pisces. I really do. I have the body that, told me more and more. I felt my vibration raising. So this was amazing. And you gave me, so I can't wait to go back through and read I took about 15 pages of notes. So it'll be good.
So, when we take this stuff and then we apply it into a real world situation, it's fun talking about it. But when I'm sitting down with you all and we start to open up your chart and go into who you are and what it means for you in your life and how it's showing up in your life right now and all the synchronicities that are like, yeah, that is just beauty. That is like pure music. Okay. That is like human symphony, right? Your heart starts opening and cognitions start flying, and it's such a confirmation and affirmation. And I'm so grateful. I love your work and I love sharing it with you all. So I'm glad you're here. This is from Leanne. She's been such an awesome supporter. She was maybe one of my very first clients, like back in 2020. Right when I first started doing healing work and getting out there with my business. And so she's been coming to my classes and she's like, you guys, I went to one of Lotus's classes. What you get and learn about yourselves is life-changing. Okay. She's like, since the last class, I had huge shifts in my life, and I can correlate a lot to what Lotus went over in just this tiny little class, right? So I have to tell you, I have to give the warning, your lives may change after tonight's class. Okay. Like, this information is palpable, it's powerful, it is life-changing, it is life-supporting. And I'm super glad you're here, because now we get to empower more people to step into the beauty and brilliance of all that you be, right? So what are we studying? What is this system anyways? And for some of you who weren't here before, this is sidereal astrology that has 13 signs, which NASA released that there were 13 signs like 7 years ago. The world on the mainstream level is still sort of rejecting that it exists, but it is there. And so it cannot be denied. And so sidereal astrology, which is what we're studying, is based on the actual position of the stars. And you would think that all astrology is based on that, right? But it's not. The tropical system, which is what mainstream astrology is actually based on where the stars were 2000 years ago around 0 AD. What? Yeah, they based their system on a stuck fixed structure that didn't take into account that the constellations or the stars are moving slightly backward about 1 degree every 72 years. So now, where mainstream astrology says your sun sign is, or any other planet, is about 24 degrees off from where it actually is. And so people are walking around planning their lives, planning events, planning baby showers and birthday parties and Kwanzas, using an astrological system that's not even accurate to the actual stars. And so I was like, I can't take this. I have to get out here and tell everyone, because doesn't it feel good to know your birth time and date is located, is connected to the actual stars that they were when you were born? Like, how good does that feel? To know that you're actually getting the information that was real and true to the sky at the moment of your birth. I mean, it's just so affirming and empowering too. April, you were new to all this stuff about 2 years ago when we jumped into it. And I think did your sun sign change? Um, what did you,
Yeah.
it did. What was that like for you?
It made so much sense because I thought I was an Aquarius, and I'm like, I'm not weird enough to be an Aquarius.
You do have a lot of Aquarius though, I have to
Yeah.
say. Yeah. But the Capricorn made more sense, huh? The Capricorn made more sense for you, huh? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, April, by the way, is a super awesome career woman, like busting moves out there, doing all kinds of amazing graphic design, and just, I can't say she's winning it. Let's say she's winning it. That's a much better phraseology. And so I'm really glad you're here. And so this system is just awesome. It's so awesome. And so that's why I'm so, yeah, I'm so excited you're here. I'm excited to be bridging the gap between our purpose and money, right? Our purpose, our spiritual purpose, and making money. And I feel like that conversation needs to happen, because a lot of people hold back. It's one of the big excuses for doing what they really want to do because of money. And I think that if people would do what they love to do, how much more money might they have if they would be willing to have the courage to take that leap, right? And so that's what I really want to encourage is, supporting people with the confirmation and the affirmation of, yes, this is who you are, and yes, you can make a whole lot of money doing it. And thus getting you to that place and that space where you're like, yeah, working it. Right. And I know, April, after we did sessions, was it super confirming in terms of your career and the work that you were doing?
That made so much sense to find out I was a Capricorn, because that's exactly who I am and how I approach work and just how I function.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah.
you're like quite a successful career woman, and Capricorn is all about success. And like, I watch you out there just doing it. And I'm like, of course, like I think about your chart with all that, the sun in Capricorn in the 11th house of the world. And you're out there busting moves in the world with business, with building
Yeah.
success. And I'm just like, ah, yes. Like I send you high fives continually. I'm like, ah, she's doing it. Right. She's doing it. And it's like that alignment to who we really are without having to change anything that just creates like miracles. It's just fully amazing. And then once you have that confirmation, it's like, oh, I'm just going to keep doing this. I knew it was good, but I'm going to keep doing it because I just got permission from the friggin' stars that this is what I'm here to do. How cool is that? So I am and we are open to receiving floods of financial abundance because this will allow us to give back more. What a concept. What a concept. That's right. So all right, so we had our full moon, and we'll come back to this. There was a lot of stuff. I created a whole slideshow presentation about all the energetics of the full moon, and we'll come back to this periodically if we need to answer any questions. I might create a separate video to dive into it, but I thought we would get back on track here and start with the fact that Jupiter, the millionaire planet, we talked about this some last night, literally, well, it's been direct. Well, it goes direct into Taurus. So I'll just change that. Jupiter goes into, I think I was building a slide for Mercury goes direct to Taurus. There we go. All right. So Jupiter goes into Taurus, growth, expansion, opportunity, money, millionaire vibes, and abundance. Okay. And I had a surprise gift of money come in last night. Like it just showed up. And I was like,
Yeah, baby.
I was like, whoa, mama. I was like, oh my gosh. And so I would say that you all, we're going to need to learn to receive right now because there could be opportunities and expansion happening. Jupiter is the planet of expansion. It's the planet of big energy. Our work right now may be on receiving. It may be on allowing. It may be on opening to the divine abundance and grace that Source wishes to bestow because it's been a bit lean over the last several years, to be honest, like lean in terms of the temperament of Jupiter. Jupiter in Aries is not a big, it's the flame, right? Aries is just pure fire. It's hard to stack on any real wealth or substance with Aries because Aries is in constant motion, constant action. It's a warrior energy. So warriors go to battle. They don't necessarily stay home and grow crops and manifest wealth and abundance. And so the biggest planet has been in kind of a lean energy for like 10 years. Fire. Fire burns wealth, doesn't it? It just kind of burns right through it. So Jupiter moving into Taurus, which is Earth, which is stability, it's security, it's fertility, it's nature. Y'all, we are in for a much more prosperous years ahead with this Jupiter into Taurus energy. We're in a much more wealth producing, abundance, overflow energy where it's like, woo, just like money coming in, cha-ching, 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 just golden coins just radiating and like raining all around us as we step into that divine purpose, right? As we choose to align with our soul gifts because the destiny point is in Pisces. Pisces is our spiritual connection. And so that is why, and Venus is conjunct the destiny point at the full moon. Venus is money. Guess what planet rules Taurus? Venus. That's right. You got it. Exactly. And so Venus is the goddess, and Venus is in Pisces, conjunct the destiny point in Pisces. And so how are we going to make all this wealth, my friends? That's right. And through tapping into our divine spiritual gifts. And so that's why I put together this class because I was like, oh, wow, look at that. I was like, the destiny point in Pisces, which is spirituality, it's meditation, it's water, it's emotion, it's intuition. And Venus is conjunct it, which is money. And Jupiter, the planet of the millionaire, just went into Taurus, which is big wealth. Yeah. And so I thought, well, maybe through us stepping into our spiritual path, that's where the wealth is going to come from. And I went, cha-ching. That's so amazing. What a gift. What a blessing. What a change. Okay. And so Chiron is also in Pisces, which is the wounded healer. And so there's a deep wound, isn't there? There's a deep wound in healers and artists and creatives and the divine feminine around money, around support, around abundance, y'all. True, like abundance. But if you look at a woman, is there nothing more abundant and beautiful than a woman? I mean, just exuding, it's just pure abundance. Okay. I mean, life, right? Lily Ma, like the ability to create life. It is literally, to me, the wealthiest, most abundant, prosperous thing on the planet is being a mama and giving birth. And so I feel like the divine feminine and us stepping into our gifts, and this can be for men as well, stepping into your divine feminine gifts of love, right? Of fertility, of giving, of support, beauty is actually where we're going to be making the money, right? And so this is such a gift for the divine feminine, for the feminine energy on the planet to finally, it's time, start to be bringing in that wealth, as opposed to it being, only the masculine energy creating the wealth. And it also goes along with Jupiter's being in Aries for many years, and Aries being ruled by Mars, which is the masculine. And so that wealth producer is now going into the feminine sign. And so that's where the feminine energy is going to start to hold more sway at court, let's say. Let's say we're at court, right? And so this Jupiter and Taurus energy, we're shifting, we're passing the baton to the divine feminine energies of fertility and nature and abundance and beingness. How? Through Venus in Pisces, water, intuition, emotion, spirituality. Okay. And so I saw a golden opportunity for us to take that information and look at our own charts and see, okay, where do we have Pisces in our chart right now? Because that's where Venus is. Where do we have Jupiter? Where do we have Taurus in our chart? Because that's where Jupiter's, that's where the money is. Yeah. Yeah. And then where do we have Chiron in our own charts? Could be the part of us that is still healing enough to receive the gifts that want to come in. Do you see? It feels like thunk, 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 knock, 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 opportunity. Are we open and ready to receive it? Are we able to be there for it? Oh, yeah. Making money isn't the backbone of our guiding purpose. Making money is the byproduct of our guiding purpose. If you're doing something you love, you're more likely to put your all into it. Think about what the Buddha said, put your whole heart and soul. And that generally equates to making money. Wow. Did you know that our sacral chakra relates to money? And that when we do what we love, we activate the sacral chakra. And so even if what you love to do, you don't want to make money off of, by doing that which you love, you're going to become more prosperous and more abundant and make more money. That's why I did this class on my birthday. Because I love teaching class. I was like, it's just what I love to do, right? And so doing what we love, and then add in Venus in Pisces, which is love through our spirituality, doing what we love to do spiritually through our intuition and emotion is where this money sector really lives. Okay. So let's tap into it. Any questions so far? Any questions from last night? I just want to kind of do a brief recap again of what we're looking at with the chart before we dive into our charts again. So here we go. Let's imagine this is the day of our birth, okay? And according to, let's see here. Yes, according to the teacher of Paramahansa Yogananda, a child is born on that day and that hour when the celestial rays are in mathematical harmony with his or her individual karma. So what we're looking at when we look at a chart is your specific karmic pattern from the day you were born, from all your lifetimes. And so it is such a powerful gateway to discerning all of these things that we're talking about here. Okay, so what is the actual chart? Imagine that you're standing here in the middle with the sun at the moment of birth. Everything above this middle line are all the planets and stars that were up in the sky when you were born. And they represent our outer self, our outer persona. It's the yang energy, outer directed. It's your purpose. It's what you give. That's where the midheaven is, the top of the chart. That represents the peak. That represents your purpose. Now, on the inverse, the bottom of the chart, everything that was not visible at the moment of your birth, that represents your inner self, your inner world. It's the yin to the yang. It's more hidden. It's more secret. It's more buried. It's more like your ancestry and your DNA. You can't see that stuff, right? It's just so deep inside of you. And that's what the IC illustrates. It's the polarity, it's the yin yang to the MC, which is the high point of outer expression. The IC is the low point of inner expression. Makes sense? Then we've got the ascendant, which represents your identity on the left, and the DC, which represents your relationships on the right. And that creates those 4 points of power that we've talked a lot about at great detail, which we're going to look at a bit here, and give you the framework for really identifying core areas of your life, your identity, your purpose, your relationships, and your inner self. Okay, so remember, we'll just do a little review on this. Who remembers what part of the body Aries relates to? The head. That's right. Yeah. Okay, what about Taurus? Where's Taurus go? Oh yeah, the throat. Yeah. What about Gemini? Got the arms. Yeah, we put things into action. We communicate through our hearts. Okay, breasts, chest. What's that? Cancer. The home. That makes sense, right? Like the homes, that like hug, mother's milk, right? Nursing. Okay. Leo. What part of the body? The heart. It's like the center. Yeah, the heart. And then our tummies. What sign is that? Y'all remember?
Virgo.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. And then it comes around to the back. Which sign goes there? The kidneys, the 2, the water, Libra. That makes sense, John. That's your rising sign. Scorpio is, of course, the reproductive organs. A lot of depth and intensity there. It's the seat of our energy, the raw energy of life. Ophiuchus, of course. Now this is, okay, I'm going to reveal the secret here. Ophiuchus relates to the tip of the penis and the clitoris. Isn't that fun? And so Ophiuchus relates to the peak energies. Now, those peak energies can just be spent, right? And you could just spend your life seeking pleasure. That's one way that life can go. But Ophiuchus speaks to mastering the highest sensation and turning it into spiritual enlightenment. So it really speaks to spiritual alchemy. It speaks to sexual alchemy. It speaks to raising our focus from just pleasure and enjoyment up the Sushumna Nadi, up the spinal column, and up to the crown chakra. And thus, they say that Mary Magdalene and Jesus were trained in the ancient mystery schools to harness sacred sexuality to create enlightenment. And that Ophiuchus is that sort of sacred space where many of us were trained how to do this type of thing. And it's slowly coming out more and more onto the planet. And so when I heard that, I was like, oh my God. I was like, that is some spicy stuff. But right, when you look at it from a spiritual perspective, everything has a purpose, right? And so wouldn't it make sense that a part of our body that has the highest level of sensation of anywhere in the body would have the highest spiritual purpose as well, if channeled correctly? And that's where Ophiuchus represents mastery. It doesn't just represent, you know, sensation. It represents the raising of the energy up to the spiritual centers, up to ascension itself. Okay. It can relate to other awarenesses like breath work, cessation of breath, initiations, like in ancient Egypt, one of the initiations, I think someone had to go into a sarcophagus and maybe take some type of drug and go through like a death rebirth process. And so Ophiuchus can relate to having been trained in death rebirth, right? How to be alive, how to live through death, essentially, just like Jesus did. Okay. And very interestingly, Ophiuchus, the ruler, the Greek story, he was a doctor who learned the herbology that could bring people back to life who had died. So very interesting how all of those synchronicities kind of tie together with that sign. You'll never forget it. It's now in your mind forever. Way to go, body parts. Whoa. Okay. And then we've got Sagittarius. That's the thighs. So that's all about our ability to charge forwards, right? Our ability to take big strides, big leaps, galloping towards our dreams and our destiny. Sagittarius does not want to stay still. It does not want to be stuck anywhere or confined. It wants to be free. It wants to charge to the next horizon. Okay, Capricorn is the knees. That's all about structure and foundation. It's all about the bone system, that which will last for frickin' ever, April Redbird. That will build the coliseum of the soul, that will build the structure that can sustain the planet. Talk about powerful, right? I mean, especially with the full moon, we had Pluto in Capricorn, and Pluto rules Scorpio, which is raw power and transformation and death and rebirth. And so Capricorn being structure. You know what I see in my town after this full moon? They're literally tearing up the concrete cement of the road, diving in there and repairing like water lines and doing other stuff. And I was like, that's Pluto and Capricorn. That is literally the power of it. Or it's just like, dang, like literally the road, right? Like think about foundational, the road, Pluto transformation of a structure, Capricorn, Pluto and Capricorn, that's the energetic we're dealing with, not only out in the world, but in our own lives. So if you're feeling tired or crying, it could be that Pluto, the intensity of Pluto, Pluto sees through us. Pluto is just like, yep, that's the truth. And Pluto will draw the truth up out of us. So anywhere that we've been not totally honest with ourselves, Pluto will be like, hey, what's up? And they'll be like, look at this. And you're like, dang, okay. But then rebirth, transformation. It's the phoenix. Okay. So to be really gentle with yourself in this full moon and acknowledge, yeah, like a lot of stuff is coming up for us, a lot of stuff is coming up for the collective, a lot of stuff is coming up around government, CEOs, leaders, because Capricorn is CEOs, it's government, it's businesses, it's the law. And so it's leadership, it's people in power, authority figures. So with Pluto there could be a lot of kind of truth. Pluto being hidden secret things, the underground being brought to light. So, take it easy, right? Take it easy because we're not going through this process alone. We're kind of all in this together. And so it takes all of us to kind of process this level of shift. And it kind of feels like being in the birth canal and like we're having to pressurize through to the birth, right? There's pressure. Pressure means that you can create diamonds. Pressure means that what do you got to do to make lemonade? You got to squeeze, you got to pressurize the lemons. Okay. And so pressure isn't bad. It's what you turn your focus to within the pressure that allows you to guide your way through it. Right. The bigger the pressure can be the biggest outcome of most awesome success on the planet. Right. And so like our teachers of manifestation will teach us, you want to get into that place where the energy is contracted. And then make that decision of what you want to direct that contraction into. This is not what I want, but I want this. And then you're like a shooting star and you go, yeah. Right. And so we have this opportunity with this level of intensity with the full moon to really call in what we want. Kind of like the polarity leading us towards our future. So think about, what is it that you would want to call in because there's so much pressurization from this full moon? What is it that you're maybe not liking and not wanting that you would like to call in? And since we're doing a call around activating our spiritual purpose to draw in divine wealth and abundance, why don't we just go ahead and just call that in, right? Why don't we just go ahead and take any pressurization and direct our focus, if you want to aligning to our divine purpose and aligning that, yeah, to receiving divine infinite abundance. Yeah, confirmation.
That was my mom walking by. It was good timing.
Yeah, she's just like, what? Exactly. So, okay, and then that brings us to Aquarius. Saturn is in Aquarius this whole year. Saturn rules Capricorn, which is structure. Aquarius is the electrical system of the body. It's electric. It's lightning bolts of inspiration. It's new ideas. It's the vision of the collective. It's the vision for humanity. And so at the same time that Pluto is sort of transforming the structure of all that we know, Saturn in Aquarius is helping to build a new structure, right? So as one system is shifting and changing and growing out, a new system is being built that is based with Aquarius energy, new age, vision for humanity, maybe more technology. It's a change in the fabric of our society. And so if you're tired or you're like, I don't know what I'm feeling, that's not unusual because we're shifting the fabric of society right now. So you're not alone, my friends. We're in this together and we're here to create a new future, a new earth where we're collectively co-creating from the gifts and the divine blessings of our spirit, the vision and mission of a world aligned to our purpose, aligned to love, because that's what we are, aligned to being. And so all the things that are happening right now are all happening to align us even more deeply and beautifully and perfectly to our purpose than anything else possibly could. And so just know whatever is happening, this is all happening for your highest and best good. This is all here to serve you. It is all here to support you and to feel the faith and trust in your own soul essence, because that is what will lead you forwards, which leads us to Pisces. We had 6 things in Pisces, which is the feet. It's the feet. And so how do we swim through this? Well, 6 things in Pisces, we have to let go and we have to flow, right? Exactly. We got to let go into the light, into the love, and flow through what is sort of tumultuous. It's like being on a river and it's like we're in our inner tube and maybe we're going through like a nice rapid right now. We're like, whoa, right? And so instead of contracting the body or being like, oh, it's happening, let go, release, and relax, because then you'll feel better, right? And so oh, wow, look at that. Guts. Virgo, the guts, right? Aries, the head. Taurus, the throat, right? And so the body is a microcosm of the astrological chart. So Aries, of course, would relate to the first house, right? Self, identity, being head first, born first. Taurus, speaking, right? So each part of the body then relates to one of the houses. Aries is the first house, Cancer is the 12th. And so we have that nice cycle of all of the body parts through the houses as well. And so right? So here's today's chart, and you can see, so here's Aries in the first house, so that's the head, Taurus in the second, that's the throat, Gemini in the third, so that's communication. And then you'll notice that this outer ring here is different. And that represents what was up in the sky at the time you were born, right? So these were all, or today, these were the constellations that are up, and these are the constellations that are under. And today, the sun is actually above the horizon line, finally. So it's been below the horizon line almost all week. And so it finally is coming out from sort of the darkness. And so there's a little bit more light, there's a little bit more energy, more vigor. Then we've got the destiny point, we've got Mercury, we've got Chiron, we've got Venus, all in the 7th house, at least in California where I'm located. And so relationships are just super highlighted right now, especially spiritually based relationships, intuitive relationships, people coming together and bonding spiritually, deeply, deeply highlighted. Okay. And then we have Pluto down here in the 4th house of home. Okay. So Pluto is down here super affecting the depths of us, our emotions, our structure. And we have Jupiter and Uranus together up in the 8th house of intimacy intensity, which can be opportunities for deeper connection. Hey, Barbara, how are you doing? I wanted to welcome you to class. I know you're out traveling, and I'm super glad you're here. Please feel free, anyone, if you have questions or you want to add something, just raise your hand or unmute and say, hey. I'm happy to include you in the conversation, and or not. It's totally up to you as well. But yeah, so this is the chart for today. And so if we wanted to find like our stomach, if we wanted to find the area of the chart that related to the stomach and our gut, we would go over to the 6th house. Okay. And so we would have Saturn there. We would have Mars. We would have Neptune. Saturn's about structure. Mars is about leadership. Neptune is about spirituality. And so we could be processing a lot of information in our gut right now. We could have a lot of like, things that we need to restructure, actions that we need to take, things we're imagining about. And so by looking at what planets are in what house, we can even tune into the body part and say, oh, hey, is that what's being processed in my gut right now? Or we could go to the 7th house, which is the kidneys. And so there's all of these planets in the house of the kidneys. No problem. Totally fine, Barbara. Awesome. So it was really interesting because I noticed my kidneys today. I don't ever notice my kidneys. Like I was just like, oh, my kidneys. And I was like rubbing them. And so I didn't know this beforehand. And so it's really interesting to see how many planets are activating the house of the kidneys right now, right? And so, I'm getting really excited for the next course I'm going to teach, which is actually going to be really geared towards healers and people who work with assisting people to heal, and looking at how the astrological chart is a microcosm of the body, and how we can learn to read the astrology chart to help guide our healing work with our patients by identifying what areas of their body might be super activated and in what way. And I've been able to use this with several people. One client we worked with had a really long-term illness, and we were able to look at the chart, and from the chart, we uncovered a serious past life trauma that we were able to help her to heal around her lungs. And then we had this whole story that emerged from looking at where the planets were. Yep. And the planets and the signs. And it just really inspired me to share this with people, because people don't tell us, like, you can find body issues through the astrology chart. Like, what? And then with the sun in the 8th house, that could mean bringing light to things that are related to sexuality, that are related to birth, death, rebirth. It could be a shamanistic type energy where we're bringing illumination into our worlds, right? Light into the depths of our consciousness. So really, really powerful. I just wanted to kind of give you a dive into the chart. Now, any questions about this chart? I know we're still getting used to looking at charts and reading charts, but any questions popping up as you look at this of like, hey, Lotus, what is that? What does this mean? I'm not quite clear. Feel free to ask if you do have questions. Otherwise, we'll keep moving along. John, did you have a question?
I wish, but no, I'm good.
Okay, I wish. They're coming. I'm sure of it. So what does it take to read a chart? Right? What does it actually take to read a chart? It's really not that difficult. And yesterday I was talking about how if you're to open up a clock on your hand, right, you would see all these gears to get time. Like, how do we read time? Well, the clock has all of these gears. And so astrology charts are similar. They also have gears. They have three parts. They have the signs, they have the houses, they have the planets, and the aspects. So they have the outer signs, which is this outer gear. They have all the planets that are inside, and they have each of the houses, 1 through 12, and then the aspects that are in the center. So it's about 4 things. And so imagine as you're looking inside that clock and you're trying to figure out how to read the astrology chart, it's basically a clock. You're basically learning to read a clock, right? The clock is 360 degrees, and so is the astrology chart. And so really, to read a chart, all you really need to learn is what all the signs mean, right? So learning what the Aries symbol is, the Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Ophiuchus, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, just learning them so you have them. When I was little, I would write them out. I'd put the symbol, I write the name until I knew it. I don't know what guided me to do this, but that's what I did. And I would write out the planets, sun, right? I draw out the little symbol with the sun. Maybe it was kind of fun to draw stuff, right? I was a child, right? I was a young person. The moon's pretty obvious, right? Mercury over here, Venus green, Mars red, right? So you learn them, and then the signs are repeating again, right? So you have the signs on the outer edge, that's 1 gear. You have the planets inside, and they're in a sign, so that's 1, 2, 3 gears. You see? You could think of it like a Rubik's cube, right? And so on the outer ring, we have that outer Rubik's cube. The inner ring, we have the planets Rubik, the color, and then we have the signs that the planets are in. And so you line all those up and you get the pattern. That's really all it is. That's really all it is. You guys are doing great. Doing great. So there's the planets, right? Then there's the houses. And so once you know what all the planets mean, right? You know what all the signs mean, and you know what all the houses mean, you're basically in business. Okay. And then you can also learn the 4 pillars, which are the ascendant, the IC, the descendant, and the midheaven. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to invite everyone to take a little 5-minute break because you all look like you need one. You can get some water, go to the bathroom, stretch out, and then we'll come back here and we're going to start diving into charts, and we're going to start looking at everyone's charts. And I think, Stefan, we didn't get to your first house. We were going to start with everyone's first house to just start opening the gateway to who we are and seeing how the ascendant is so amazingly powerful describing who we actually are. All right, so enjoy your break, and I will see you all soon. Awesome. Go put some music. Got some beautiful people in the house. How are you doing, April?
Doing better today. Yeah, I was kind of anxious. Something was coming up when we first started the call, and I just felt so triggered. I feel better now, though.
Oh, good. Where was it in your body?
I think in my chest, in my heart. Oh, in my gut, definitely my gut.
Oh, in the gut. Isn't that
Yeah.
interesting? All those planets that were in the house of the gut. When I saw that, well, Mars is not an easy thing in the gut, right? It's like the gut wants to flow. It's like Earth, and then Mars is fire.
Right.
Maybe a little bit aggressive energy. Yeah, yeah. And then the kidneys, I felt my kidneys today. I couldn't believe how much I felt them. I was like, whoa, okay. So very, very interesting. and so much energy moves in these classes. Like I can't even believe what happens when we all come. Like so many of you are just like such high frequency beings that it's like all of us together, we're just literally just moving energy constantly through the whole class. So I'm not surprised. Let us know if you need any more support, and we'll definitely do a clearing here towards the end. What I'd like to do now is I felt bad that Stefan didn't get to see his chart, and then last night I accidentally sent him your chart, Lily Ma. And he wrote me back. He's like, "That's Lily Ma's chart." I was like, "Oh." So I was like, you know what? I'm not supposed to show you your chart until tomorrow when I can explain it to you better. And so you won't just be like, what is that? Okay, so we're going to share screen and we're just going to kind of review what is the ascendant exactly in the chart. I like to call it like the opening act, the introduction to who we are. It's based, it would relate to the time of day of dawn or sunrise. If you were to compare the energetic of what is the ascendant, it's the rise of our identity. It relates to the phraseology, I am, right? I am. And it marks that beginning of you as you're birthed. It's that first sign on the eastern horizon at the moment you were born. So it's powerful. I mean, John, Lily Ma, it's powerful. Knowing your ascendant is like, people don't get it. But until you do, you realize, you think about the ascendant is like the head coming through to be you. I mean, wow. So it's like, I'm nothing more. I say no more, Lotus, please. Right. So at the moment of your birth, that is the sign that was on the eastern horizon. You know, if I ever have a child, I'm going to freaking document. I'm going to be like, have someone down and like, tell me when that head comes through. Like, I want the moment on the clock. I want it dialed in because that will be that first moment of coming. They say that when a baby is born, it literally travels through a soul barrier. Like it comes down through soul into physicality. Okay. And so I think the ascendant in some ways describes our arrival into the physical dimension from soul to matter. And talk about kind of a powerful thing to talk about, you know, like, wow. Okay. So I just really wanted to stress the power of that, right? That energetic of happy birthday, like who you are. That is what the ascendant is really, really illustrating and showing to us, right? I glow from within with divine purpose. I share my wisdom, my love, and soul with all I touch. I light up the world with my spirit. And so that is the ideal, right? That we come through and we are able to stay in touch with where we come from, right? We come from soul. Everything begins from soul and then comes down through matter. And that's actually how everything, all challenges are first created in the soul level and then they materialize. And so soul, especially with the destiny point in Pisces, which is soul, this entire year is the focus of 2024. What? Like, yeah, like, of course, that's always the focus, really. But for the whole collective consciousness of humanity, for that to be our whole collective focus or lesson is truly brilliant. And so we're going to go through all of these, the ascendant, which is that beginning of the self, the imam kweli, which really to me relates to the navel center in a way, like the deepest depths of who we are. And then the seventh house, of course, relating to the kidneys, and the ascendant relating to the head, and the midheaven relating, this is interesting, to the knees and thighs, interestingly. You would think it might be like reverse, right? But according to the signs there. And so maybe the midheaven relates to our ability to stride forward. It's like how we make the biggest impact on the planet. Because it's so big, right? Knees and thighs, very foundational. Okay. So that's going to bring us down to Stefan's chart. We're going to tap into the ascendant energy. What is my ascendant? What was happening at the moment that Stefan was born? Da, 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 da. Great picture. So at the moment that Stefan was born, he had the eastern horizon was 31 degrees of Virgo. Okay. So Virgo is a very gentle energy. It's a very caring energy. It's very humble. It's very modest. It's an earth sign. It relates to the divine mother. And so you tend to be someone who cares a lot for other people, and being of service to other people and being of service to humanity. It's the sign related to being a doctor or a nurse or someone who is very good with healing, because Virgo is the caregiver of the zodiac. They care for the plants, they care for animals, they care for the health and well-being of everything that grows on the earth. Okay, so this can be plants, it can be flowers, it can be animals, all those kinds of things. Yeah. And so Virgo here makes you a natural healer. It makes you a natural gardener, a natural naturist, like someone who, goes out into nature, connects to the earth, grows plants for herbs, that kind of thing. And you have the asteroid Juno conjunct your ascendant, which is the asteroid of marriage. So that could mean that you're very drawn to marriage, right? You're very drawn to having a relationship. It could also mean that your marriage partner is a natural healer, right? Is a natural caregiver, a natural sort of like very modest, humble energy that you're drawn to in terms of a marriage partner. You do have Pluto, Saturn, and Jupiter here, but they're not, well, I guess Pluto is conjunct, just barely the ascendant, just like John. So you both have Pluto very close to your sun. I'm somehow not surprised. So having Pluto conjunct the ascendant, that can mean that you're very deep. It can mean that you're very intense. It can mean that you pierce through the veil, right? You're not just someone who's gazing superficially upon things. You are going very deep. And it can also mean that your marriage partner, the person that you are drawn to, is very deep as well. So you would be drawn to a very deep caregiving healer type who maybe cares for plants and animals, and they could be a veterinarian, they could be a doctor, they could be a nurse, they could be someone who is a shaman or a very powerful person, because Pluto is very powerful in terms of transformation and depth and intensity. Okay. So it's interesting to have Juno and Pluto together. It also could mean that you could have experienced some intense things in marriage. Yeah. Yeah, say no more, Lotus. Say no more. But yeah, Pluto can both be a gift and a real challenge. And so Pluto conjunct Juno, you know what I get from that, Stefan, is just that you have Pluto relates to death, sex, transformation, rebirth, shamanistic things. I get that you probably have some very deep karma or past life stuff related to marriage that once you clear it, will open the door to a lot more ease in your marriage relationship. And that could be what has caused challenges in the past. Okay. And this could involve past life things around death, which tends to be one of the biggest traumas. In my explorations of past life trauma, I've noticed the death itself tends to be one where we struggle with that one. It's not like the easiest one. So Pluto can represent past life trauma with death. And conjunct Juno could be a marriage partner. Okay. And so and then it's right on your ascendant. So it's kind of right in your face, essentially. You're just like, ah, yeah, Pluto is right on your ascendant. Actually, it's like 2 degrees away from your ascendant, 31 degrees Virgo, 29 degrees Virgo. So that Pluto Juno really affects who you are and your identity. Like you came in carrying past life trauma, probably related to marriage. And so that could be why you went through the things that you went through. And it could also be, as you choose a healing modality to work with, what will free you and liberate you from this experience, and kind of create a pathway for you getting to have a really deep, profound, beautiful marriage, right? That's healed and healthy and clean, because Virgo is all about cleanliness. It's all about purity, and it's all about giving and caring for the earth and the planet. And so it could be a very beautiful, harmonious connection in your relationship as you heal that old karma. Okay. And so, hats off to you for choosing to take that on as a soul, right? It's not an easy thing to travel through. But since it's right on your ascendant, that's like right on your face, so to speak. And so that could be one of the core themes that you've had to work through. And I know your story a little bit, and I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, Stefan, you really are doing amazing. And it's awesome that you've learned these healing modalities, because you're going to be able to transform this. You're going to be able to shift that. And I'll send you the chart tonight, and you'll be able to work on it and heal it and clear it. And that'll open the door for you to have very harmonious, beautiful marriage relationship, so that you can get out of the old cycles, right? And so it's interesting, because this is like self, but you have the asteroid for marriage there, right? And so maybe one way that you learn about yourself is through marriage, right? And so that's not bad, right? And like I was telling JM, John Michael, he had, Libra on the house of identity. So marriage and relationship were really front and center for him as well. And that's how he learns about himself, is through his relationships. So that's just part of our path, right? We each have a unique path. You also have Libra in the first house. So relationships are really important for you, right? You love learning about health and healing. That's one way that you sort of establish your sense of who you are. So like, I would recommend like going to yoga classes and doing workouts and going on walks and making sure you're like really getting enough exercise, because Virgo is very sensitive. And if it doesn't get enough exercise, it gets very grumpy. Yeah, because it's so sensitive to energy. And so it's kind of like this deal where, because their sensory system is so finely tuned, if they don't use it, it sucks. Right? If they don't keep it in balance, then it's like having a too advanced sensory device going haywire without the grounding of a happy body. So think of the meridian system, right? And so Virgos tend to be especially aware of their own energy system. Like they feel their belly, they feel how their body feels, they feel every ache and pain, and they notice everything that they're experiencing in the physical body, because Virgo relates to the body. So if you have that there, then in order to ease that awareness, doing something active is really, really helpful. Whether it's going on a walk, doing yoga, calisthenics, weightlifting, you just have to do something with the body. Otherwise, you're not going to feel fully in yourself. That's how you ground into who you are, is through the body. That's probably one reason tapping is really good for you, right? Because you get to get into the body and you tap each of the points. And Virgo is very detail oriented, so you're really good at being aware of where each point is, right? And being specific. So specificity is very important to Virgo, details, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Any questions, any comments, any feedback? Stefan, how is this landing for you?
I can say like all the others, it's right on point. Like also with the marriages. So I had 3. So now I'm in my 3rd and I'm finally there. So like now I also think maybe Michael cleared already one past life trauma about death. So
Yay! Yeah.
and from after you said that, I remember also a even better shift in my relationship with my wife after that.
That's beautiful. When is your wife's birthday, if I might ask?
She sings it's the 28th of April. So
Oh,
that's
nice.
not so in Thailand it's common that you just go like it was common that you go to the hospital a few days later and just tell when the kid was born, so she's not too sure.
Okay. Well, her son would fall in your seventh house of marriage and partnership. So she would probably feel like a partner, right? She'd feel like, yeah, that's right. That's right. So fantastic, way to go. And so that Juno would be, as it heals, definitely affecting that relationship. Then you also have, well, we'll come back to that. But yes, it seems like the pattern is well established here, and you're right on track. That marriage, healing the issues with marriage will greatly assist how you feel and your relationships. Yeah. Powerful. Wow. I didn't look at this, Stefan. And to be honest, I don't really spend time studying your charts because I like it to be a surprise for both of us. And because I know it so well, I don't have any issue with that. I just can be there with you. And it's always so amazing when it's just like, oh my God, it's like so, so true. Wow, it's amazing. So thank you, Stefan. It's so beautiful opening these gateways and going into this first house with you, that first point of power in the chart. And as you can see, it's pretty powerful, right? Just even that first gateway of that first point of power, right? And then there's the three other
Absolutely.
ones, yeah, that create the structure. Okay. So April, we'll go to you now. We've done this in probably 100 times now, but it's always new, right? It's always fresh and exciting. So
Right.
April Redbird has, at the moment she was born, 19 degrees of Pisces on the ascendant. And so Pisces, of course, is water. It's intuition. You always kind of remind me of a mermaid energy, right? It's like this watery, intuitive, flowing energy. Like I look in your eyes, it kind of feels oceany. Kind of feels like seaweed swaying in the ocean. Do you have green eyes?
They're they're like blue, green, gray.
They're
Yeah.
like the
Oh, yeah.
ocean. Yeah, they're like
Yeah.
every color. Yeah, it's beautiful. And so you also have a couple of asteroids here. Do you remember which ones these are?
No.
Okay, I'll find out. Hold on, we got to find this out. This is special. So I do need to create a master list of all the asteroids. Y'all be patient with me. I'm getting to it. There's a lot of them. Okay. So A3. Oh gosh. I don't think I can find out right now. Okay, so I know what A0 is. Okay, so we'll focus on that. So Pisces tends to be very psychic. And so, A1. Do I have A1? A0? Okay. We're just going to focus in on Pisces. I'll get back to you, April, on what
Okay.
these other constellations are. Maybe tomorrow. Ideally tomorrow. Okay. So having some mystery asteroids there, plus Pisces, plus the wounded. So you're not just Pisces, though. You have a little bit of Aries at the end. So that means as like emotional and dreamy and sensitive and intuitive as you are, you also kind of have a boss babe, like take charge, get into action, leadership energy down here. And of course, Aries is the natural ruler of the first house. Okay, so that really helps you. Like at first, there might be a tendency, okay, to get lost in dreamland or not focus or just be like, la, like swimming through your own sea, the own ocean of being. But then eventually you'll grab the reins, you'll hop on your horse, and you'll take action. Probably at the last minute, I would imagine, because Aries is like down here as opposed to up here. And so the Aries energy kind of kicks in when it has to. It's not like you use it all the time. It's like when I got to be in that A face, A game mode, that Aries take action, take charge energy will come in. Plus you have Chiron there, and we're going to start to open that Chiron gate tonight. So Chiron is the wounded healer. And so when you have Chiron in Aries, the wound typically relates to being a leader. Okay. And so that could mean that there's a past life trauma around leadership for you, and even around your identity. So perhaps there was a past life where you were a leader, or you had issues with stepping into who you were, that now, as you step into your, like, it's really important for you to learn how to lead, and it's really important for you to claim who you are, because Aries is identity. It's I am. And so there could be this wounding around claiming who you are, which means that it could be really beneficial to keep a journal that says April Redbird, and it's like, this is who I am, and this is what I love, and this is how I take charge, and this is how I lead, to keep affirming and confirming that beautiful energy of leadership for yourself. Okay. And so another way we could look at it is that the ruler of Chiron is Mars, and you have Mars in Capricorn up here in the 11th house conjunct your sun. And so this Chiron is actually a pretty big thing. It's a pretty big thing. And I have a feeling, April, that you're actually here to have a pretty big destiny, because you've got so many planets up here in the top chart. You don't have like a ton below. You have a ton up here, like a ton. And so that to me speaks to you being like an outer mission directed person with a lot of stuff to accomplish in this lifetime. And so that Mars in Capricorn is leadership, and it's leadership in business, especially. And since the leadership in business rules Chiron, there may be a wound, like a past life wound of, and this is probably why you're getting anxious before the call,
Right?
a past life wound around leadership and identity. That is maybe what's keeping you from fully stepping forward. Because Aries is stepping forward, right? Aries is courage. Aries is like going first, going alone, doing it by yourself. And so there might be some tenderness and sensitivity around really stepping the F forward and, claiming your ground, so to speak, as the leader that you are. Because I know you, I've seen you, I've seen this woman in action. I've seen her in the middle of a crowd, everyone cheering for her, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Because she has Venus up here near the midheaven, so she kind of makes everyone fall in love with her. Yeah, go ahead, Stefan.
I just looked down on the chart and I see IC is not in the middle. Is it
Yeah.
something special?
All right. So here's the deal with having these super accurate charts that we have in the IC. Do you see how each sign here is a different size, right? All of these constellations are a different size. In a typical astrological chart, they're all 30 days. They're all the same exact size. And so that means the IC is always in the 4th house. But because all these different sizes, sometimes the IC and the MC, it will like move. So what was the highest point in the sky and the lowest kind of goes at an angle. And so that's why in this system, sometimes they're different places. Good catch, Stefan. That's his Virgo rising kicking in. He's like, I see that detail. So this is great. Actually, reading astrology charts would be really helpful for you, or you'd be good at it because you can catch those nuances and those details, right? Whew. So April, how is that landing for you? What's coming
Yeah,
up?
I feel it. I feel it bubbling some stuff up in me. And looking at my chart, I kind of understand why I've been so miserable the past few weeks, because I've realized how much of an isolated life I'm living right now. I don't have any social, real life friends. Everybody's online. And I'm like, I'm looking at this and there's so many things happening above the horizon. And that's where I should be, because that's where I'm happy.
It's the community. It's
Mhm.
the group. Yeah. And so you're yearning for that
We're
community.
here now, April. We're here now. You're okay. I feel tears too. You're okay. We're here now. We're here for you now.
Yeah. Yesterday was tough. I was telling Lotus I was on the verge of tears yesterday. I don't even know why.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. I think the collective is on the verge of tears right now on a lot of levels.
There's a lot going on.
Pluto is not an easy energy, right? Pluto is what's hidden. What the fuck is hidden? A lot is fucking hidden. Okay, like a lot of stuff is hidden in us. A lot of stuff is hidden in the world. Okay, Pluto is literally in the middle of the sun and the moon at the full moon. Like streets being dug up to get to the plumbing underneath. That's not like a gentle, like soft thing. It's really disruptive. It's loud. It's kind of obnoxious. Like honestly, it's like, really, you got to do that right now? Like, can you turn the volume down? Can you do that next week? Like, why do you got to get in the way of my schedule here, right? And so, here we are trying to lead this productive life and do things, and it's really a lot. And so the full moon for you, April, happened. The sun is conjunct your Chiron today. So here we go, my friends. Here we go. Here's the gateway to Chiron. This is Chiron energy in action. That's tears with no known reason why. And I would imagine with the sun on your Chiron, you're feeling it's like this simultaneous desire to lead and to take action, and a simultaneous like, ow, like I want it, ow. Okay. And so that's what a Chiron wound is like. It's a soul urge so deep and so powerful. You will never want to stop trying to do it because it's who you are. It's like a part of you that got stopped a long, long time ago that wants to come back. It wants to be reborn. It wants a chance. It wants to finally have that chance. Yep. Yep. Okay. Where do you feel it in your body?
My solar plexus.
Power,
Yeah.
right? Like personal power, leadership. It takes a lot of personal power to step. On a scale of 0 to 10, how intense is it?
Probably a 7. Like I'm so nauseous.
All right, we got a transformation waiting to happen, everyone. So would you like a little facilitation right now? Are you open to that?
I am. I'm so open to that.
Let's do this. All right, so everyone here, you probably have some leadership energy that needs to come through. So you can just join us on this, okay? So yeah, just go ahead and rub your hands together. And what's
I'm gonna
really
put a
great
shirt on
about-
real quick. 1 sec.
Yeah. What you should put on a shirt. Oh, that's funny. So must be warm wherever he is. So I guess so. So I want you to tune in to the sensation in your solar plexus. I'm yawning already. And then I want you to tune in. There it is. I want you to tune into your hands rubbing together. That's good. That's good. We're gonna do 2 things. You're gonna go into your solar plexus again. Feel it. Yeah. Everyone feel your solar plexus, your point of power. Whoo! All that energy that wants to move through and come through us. Feel that block to that leadership energy. Feel that block to finally coming out. Oh yeah, I know. I know. And now rub your hands together, get out of it. Feel the hands. Let the yawns come out as they come. That's right. That's it. That's good. Let them out. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Tap into leadership, taking steps forward with leadership out into the world, leading the world. Ooh, feel that. Feel that in the solar plexus. Rub your hands together. Oh, let the yawn out. It's going to be intense. Let the yawn out. There it is. Let it out. That's it. It's big. That's okay. Woo. Good job, everyone. It's going to come in waves. That's it. It's going to come in waves. We're just riding those waves. All of us stepping into our soul power. Stepping into our leadership. Sun shining on your Chiron, April. Sunlight of Aries shining on your Chiron. Inviting it to open. Inviting it to heal. That's it. Keep breathing in and out. Okay. Shake out your hands. Give it a little break. Okay. This stuff is so deep. We're going to have to do some layers, everyone. So just get ready. Just get ready. Layers. Layers and layers. That's it. That's it. And we're going to ask all of your guides and guardians and your higher self presence to be here and to create a safe space. Only pure positive energy may enter this space. And then go ahead and rub your hands together again, April. I want you to tune into your solar plexus again, and then into your hands, and then into your solar plexus, and then into your hands, and then into your solar plexus. And into your hands. Breathing in and out. Okay, by the power of God, by the power of spirit, tuning into that solar plexus area. Okay, so this is past life. Keep rubbing your hands together. This goes back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, about 12 lifetimes back. Yeah, and this relates to an emotion. Yep. Anger. There's some deep anger here. Deep mother trucking fucking anger about what the heck happened. Yup, anger. It's okay. It's okay. Feel that fire, April. Feel the fire. Aries is hot. It's fire. Feel that anger trapped in the solar plexus. Carrying some cussing. Yeah. That's good. Get it out. Feel that trapped anger. Anyone at the park? No kids. We're good. Rub your hands together. Allow any anger in the solar plexus around blocks to your personal power. Blocks to your personal power and stepping forward as the leader that you are. Breath in. Breath out. By the power of God. By the power of Source. By the power of all that art divine, it is commanded that all of this trapped anger and hatred and rage that got trapped in that lifetime around what happened to you, around blocks to your personal power by the power of God, it is commanded that this trapped anger be pulled and cleared. Deep breath out. We're commanded to be pulled and cleared on the core, on the genetic, on the soul level. We're commanded to be pulled and resolved on the historical level and replaced on all levels with the Creator's truth and definition of pure unconditional love, compassion, forgiveness, peace and calm, happiness, love, and joy. Take a deep breath in and out, shake it out. Brush over the top of your head. By the power of God, it is commanded all of this trapped anger and rage and hatred in the solar plexus going back 12 lifetimes in your field. By the power of God, it is commanded all that trapped anger, whatever happened in that lifetime, by the power of God, it is commanded all that trapped energy in the solar plexus be released, pulled, and cleared on the core, on the genetic, On the soul level, we command it to be pulled and resolved. On the historical level, let it stretch up and yawn. Let the yawn out. There it is. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That's it. That's it. And replaced on all levels. Ah, with the Creator's truth and definition of here, unconditional love, compassion, forgiveness, peace and calm, happiness, love and joy. We're going to go back to that past lifetime. We're going to just ask for complete unconditional love healing around we have the super conscious to do a complete change of history, and everything is needed on levels 1, 2, and 3 of anything that still needs to be shifted around this past lifetime, around your solar plexus. Deep breath in and out, and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Oh. And we ask the superconscious to reveal any of the resistance or fear around letting this go. Okay. And code it, tag it, and then do a complete change of history, and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3, in the highest and best way, in the highest and best order. Thank you to the superconscious. Thank you. Thank you. Uh-huh. Nice. Nice. And we just ask for a complete unconditional love healing for everyone's auric fields, everyone's chakras. Superconscious, please treat and give healing to the chakras, the front chakras, the back chakras, to all of the dantians, to all of the meridians, to all of the organs. Asking for a healing of the memory body, superconscious. Please do whatever healing is needed for April's subtle bodies, her etheric bodies, her mental, emotional, spiritual bodies, and for her physical body around access to her power. Good. And anything access to her power, stepping into her leadership, especially around that lifetime, we ask for a complete change history, and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Anything preventing her from stepping into that leadership, from being safe and grounded and connected and empowered to step into that leadership. Any resistance to this, superconscious, will you please now tag and treat and do a complete change history, levels 1, 2, and 3, and everything is needed. The highest and best order and the highest and best way. Now, please, for April. Yes, thank you, God. Thank you. It is done. It is done. It is done. Take a deep breath in and a deep breath out. Really good. That's it. We just ask for a nice unconditional love healing through all directions of time and space. An unconditional love healing for your past life, wherever past life you were in. Just enfolding that past life and just this pure unconditional love and protection and safety, and asking for complete change of history, and everything is needed for whatever happened there that you've carried so many lifetimes. Whew, and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Letting it release and clear. Fantastic. And just taking a nice deep breath in and out. We ask for complete restructuring, reintegration, reactivation for your body, for your being, for all directions of space. We ask that your energy body, super conscious, please fill up any spaces or places that need more energy. Please supply whatever is needed for the balancing of the cells and the chakras and the organs, somatic system, the energy body, the etheric, mental, emotional, spiritual bodies. And then take a deep breath in and out. Nice. I'm just coming back into your body. Good. Unconditional love healing for all your bodies. And just showering off your auric field, showering off the energetics of everyone here with pure unconditional love and light, showering off the energy fields, rinsing, washing, cleaning, and cleansing, and clearing and purifying the energy fields, sending any old yuck muck energy, just letting it be rinsed and washed and purified and cleansed off of your fields, out of your beings, out of your body, cleansed and purified and sent to the light. Any trauma, oaths, vows, promises, fealties, commitments, contracts, bindings, swearings, black magic spells, etc., tying you to that past life, anything that brings up or lets down. Will you please now revoke, recant, renounce, denounce, destroy, and uncreate all? Yes, right and wrong, good, bad, pod and pock, all 9 shorts, boys, povits, and beyonds, and just feel that old energy lifting off of you. Right and wrong, good and bad, pod and pock, all 9 shorts, boys, povits, and beyonds. And taking a nice deep breath in, and a nice deep breath out. Fantastic. Whew. Nice breath in and out. And just coming back and just filling yourself up with that pure unconditional love and light. Letting it go wherever it's needed through the timeline. Filling yourself up with 5D energy. Pure water, asking for your spirit of life to be returned to you. Asking for the spirit of water to be returned to you, the spirit of abundance and love and safety and leadership, the spirit of courage and leadership, spirit of feeling safe to express courage and leadership. And the spirit of grounding, reconnection to your body, to the Mother Earth, an integration of your heart, mind, body connection to the Mother Earth and to Father Sky and to all that is. And just coming back into your body, feeling more peace and ease flowing through it, and reconnecting to yourself, to your breath. And this healing will continue at night while you sleep, while your mind will stay refreshed, alert, clear, rejuvenated, simply fantastic, and excited to be present in the moment, relishing in your new space. And we just command that this new energetic space that you're in be applied to absolutely everything in your 3D universe, from your pocketbook to your friends, to your society, your community, your reality, your earth, your ground, your DNA, so that you be grounded and anchored to your source and sharing this vibration with everything you contact out in your 3D world, seeing your vision of yourself moving forwards into the future, creating that reality of you being empowered, standing in your leadership, walking on the golden road of your abundance and wealth and just prosperity every step you take, landing on the golden path. And we ask God's Spirit to download unto you all of your divine spiritual gifts that will align you to this path and your purpose, and stepping up into leadership and claiming your throne, standing in your power and feeling safe and confident to do so. And that God teaches you how to use those spiritual gifts. You know what they are, and you know exactly how to use them. And taking a nice deep breath in and out, and just relishing that beautiful feeling. Awesome. And just coming back as you're ready. Yeah. Breathing in and out and just honoring your beautiful selves. You can have some water if you want. Do any movements your body needs. And just command all your soul fragments be lifted up into the light, cleansed, purified, return back to you. All my soul fragments be lifted up in the light, cleansed, purified, return back to me. Our energy fields separate in the highest and best ways. Your energy back unto you, my energy back unto me, and then we are set into our own energy fields and spaces and reconnected back to our own soul self essence, being who we be. Beautiful. Just seeing April in the light, seeing her in her leadership with peace and ease and grace, safety. That's awesome. And just coming back on in as you're ready, my friends. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah. Woo! Little celebration. Woohoo. Way to go, everyone. Where are we now? What dimension did we teleport to?
Right.
Yeah, it feels like it, huh? It's like a whole nother dimension. All right, April, how are you feeling? So we started with a 7 and thinking about your solar plexus. How's it feeling now?
It's gone. We cleared out the whole park. Like there were
Yeah.
a lot of people here and they're gone.
Yeah, we should just have them join us next time, right? Just get everyone doing that. Wonder what we could clear with that level of people.
And the birds are singing. Like I didn't notice that before, but they're loud. Like a different park.
You're a different April.
Yeah.
Did the park change or did you change? The way I see it, it's like we change dimensions by our frequency. It's like we're on a light ship, and as soon as our vibrational frequency shifts, our outer reality completely matches it. What? It's so fantastic, April. Fantastic. Way to go. Thank you for being brave to go through this transformational journey, and I wonder what amazing gifts and blessings are on your way. And look how powerful that ascendant is. Look at that. I mean, like that, you could learn that and be able to help people. You could just know how to tell someone about their ascendant and you could radically change their lives. One area of the chart. That's all. You guys already got it. So amazing. April, any questions, any comments before we keep moving here on our journey?
My comment would be that the healing that we just did was so powerful. And I think there's a couple of reasons for that. I'm in the park in nature, sitting in a tree pit. There used to be a tree right here. Now it's just a divot in the ground. And I'm with a collective of people. And you have my chart up. So I think those 3 things like just magnetize that whole healing for me. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem. I'm pumped. I'm so glad. And we're gonna like get this whole healing thing down to an art, right? We're probably gonna end up having some kind of nature healing events out in trees. It will be so beautiful and spectacular. So cool to look forward to that. Love you, April. Thank you for being you.
Love you. Thank you.
Yeah, way to go, everyone. I think everyone's feeling amazing. So I think Barbara, you're here. Did you want us to dive into your chart for a minute and share some info about you and where oh, look at all these stars constellations around you. You must do astrology. So if you're there, Barbara, I'm just gonna tap into your chart here. And I think maybe you're flying today, so we'll just do this on the fly. But at the moment, beautiful Barbara was birthed. Her ascendant, the sign on the eastern horizon, was Scorpio. And so that is really powerful energy. It is essentially about depth and intensity. It is transformation. It's the energy of the shaman. It's the energy of taking things that seem dark or old or death and rebirthing it and bringing it through the light and transforming anything into something new. And so that's a powerful energy to have on the Eastern horizon at your birth, which means that you're a natural shaman, you're a natural priestess, you're someone who has great spiritual depth and awareness, and you're able to trace a trail of transformation. Wherever you go, wherever you contact, you bring change and you go deep. And then you have Saturn, the planet of structure, the planet of discipline, the planet of organization, and the framework in Ophiuchus, right? The sign of the ancient secret mystery schools. And so you were probably an authority in an ancient mystery school or society where you knew a lot about energy, a lot about transmutation, a lot about the energetics of alchemy. And so you're a natural alchemist, you're a natural transformationist. You're someone who brings a lot of depth to creation. So you might be a natural mystic. You might be someone who is designed for healing and transformation. And so I'd be curious, Barbara, what do you do? If you want to share in the chat or unmute, it's up to you.
Quite a good question.
Yeah.
Because I always felt as if I was living like many lives at the same time.
Mhm.
And all mixed and from periods, this no linear time.
Right.
And I'm too connected with that sensation. And sometimes it's confusing for me because it's like, no, now I'm this, no, that's. It's not till now that I started to approach more to these things that you were saying about alchemists. And I mean, I don't know, being in a situation just because out of the blue when one person needed me and noticed that maybe it's another fractal of a person that I already know in another timeline, kind of a lot of situations like that. And I'm still a little bit confused sometimes about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ophiuchus tends to want to stay hidden, and so does Scorpio. And so having them right on your ascendant could be a little uncomfortable at times where like you just kind of naturally don't want to go forwards to people. You kind of want to stay back and like more like hidden, more private, more secret. Like there's a sense of like maintaining secrecy because you hold the great gems of knowledge that were trained in the ancient mystery schools. And while at one time it was very safe to be externally shining about those pieces of knowledge, there were times that it was not safe at all to know what you know. And so it may be a deep healing process for you with that ascendant in Ophiuchus and Scorpio and your sun moon midpoint. Like you are here to become that. You're here to become the priestess who feels safe to express that part of yourself. But it's Saturn, which is work. It's work to peel back the layers of the discomfort of being seen because you haven't felt safe to be seen, right? You hold this great gem, you hold this great value within you of knowledge, of just beingness from many lifetimes that you've cultivated. And so being able to shine it forth is the work for you because it's right here on the front. Like, hi, I'm here. This is me. But because it hasn't been safe to share that, there's a little bit of that work of discipline, of learning how to open yourself to feel both safe and seen. And so what a powerful chart to have that right at the ascendant. It's kind of like Source was like, you're here to share this information with the world, right? Like you're here to bring this knowledge to people. It could even be making a business because Saturn is structure. and it's also business, around Ophiuchus themes, right? Like transformation, astrology, alchemy, ancient mysteries, secrets, things that are secret, you could make like a business out of, which is pretty
Okay,
cool.
yes. I've been connecting a lot with the alchemy through art. And oh, sorry. Sorry. And sometimes it was where there's people here.
Yeah.
Normal.
Mhm.
And sometimes I used to feel that it was so but it's obvious. What I'm doing is obvious because I feel as if if I when I was a child I used to experience that, and it's obvious. But when I start to share, then people don't understand me. And so, okay, no, it's not that obvious as I feel. So yes.
You know what?
Yes.
I get the sense you hadn't found your tribe yet.
Yeah, kind of.
And so what you're sort of gonna just need is to allow yourself to find the right people so that you
Mhm.
can open up to them and teach yourself how to feel safe around that
Mhm.
process. And I think that there's a lot of knowledge you carry within you, right? It's just naturally in you. That will
Mhm.
be a really big gift to the world as you let it come through in whatever channel feels right. Whatever conduit is perfect. It doesn't have to be set in stone. It's whatever is right for you.
Mhm.
But I see you, I sense you, I sense how much great knowledge you carry, and how as you feel safer to trust yourself and are in the right community, it will slowly just emerge. And
Mhm.
even looking at your midheaven, which is up top, which is the Christmas tree star, um, it's Leo, which is shining. It's being
Mhm.
the center, right? It's really, being seen, right? And Sun in Sagittarius in the second is money. And so you'll make money as you shine, right? So you might even consider having, I don't know if you have a YouTube channel, but you might consider creating video content and
Yeah,
sharing.
and sometimes I do those things, and again, it's like, but it's obvious. I feel as if I'm talking about something that no one could really get interesting, because it's like, oh, you have to do this to prepare an egg, kind of. But then I notice, as you do too, that just by hearing you, we are uh, getting like gifts or information that doesn't have to do with how do you say, like a different language or something, maybe just because of the tone of the voice.
Mhm.
It's already there, so
It's
yes.
frequency. It's your frequency, my friend. It's your frequency that your gifts
Mhm.
come through. And so your frequency is very wise and has learned many things that maybe your conscious mind doesn't even grasp yet. That's okay. It's about allowing the frequency of your gifts to come through, like you were
Yeah.
saying. Mhm.
Yeah, I feel that part more Saturnian of Saturn, that yes, I want to, but then I experience so much pleasure when sharing with others. It's like the channel starts to open, and sometimes I feel as if it's being graduated, so I don't get crazy or something. So
Yeah, you're a natural channel.
mm,
I can feel it. I can feel it a mile away when people are natural channels. And it's a very being one myself, it's very interesting because so much of what I'm saying is coming through me. It's not something I control. I can assist it and facilitate it and add to it, but it is literally like a beam of energy coming through me to the listener. And so trusting yourself more, right? Like really letting it, and that's for me has been the big work, is letting go and getting out of the way of that powerful conduit that wants to come through for us. It's a bit like God or source overlights us and the information comes through us.
Yeah, I used to feel kind of I don't know if it's egotistic, or I don't know which word exactly to use. But for instance, I used to get such an inspiration, too much energy, but then I got 2 days after, I get to know one person, and I've channeled that for that person, and I used to feel like it was not for me or something like that. It's I'm trying to put into words, but it's not like that. But it's like I cannot keep it. It's to give.
Yes, exactly. It's so that's why I'm out here with you guys, because it's what I have to give is not for me. I'm just a conduit for it, but I get to enjoy it. I get to love the feeling of this amazing energy coming through me. Oh, it is amazing. Just like for you, it's like, wow, it's an amazing feeling, but it is not actually for the person giving it, it's for the person who's receiving it. It's like, whoa. So it's a very unique path. And so I look at your destiny point over here in the house, the fifth house of fun, of romance, of joy and children. And it's in Pisces, which is the sign of the channel, the divine channel, the oracle, right? And so learning to have fun with the transmission, like learning to like express yourself. Sometimes I'll like dance and I'll sing and I'll like move my body and like I'm just like, okay, this is just really, but allowing ourselves to get out of a stuffy headset or mindset of I'm channeling, but more about like we can be any expression. Like divinity comes through in every facet. Sometimes divinity wants to dance, sometimes it wants to sing, right? And so giving yourself permission to be authentic. Like I see you being able to like dance the salsa and like channel, but like it's like you have this very live, like you're born in Buenos Aires, right? Like you have the dance of that culture singing through you. And so allow your channeling to be a reflection of your spice, right? Your flavor, your way of being, and allow it to come through because you have Ophiuchus, you guys, Ophiuchus so close to the ascendant, so close. And this is the moment you were born. This is your identity, like who you are, right? Like you are so deeply connected and it nurtures you and nourishes your sense of self to learn about sacred secret mysteries, to embody them, to exude them, to be them, right? So if you had Ophiuchus in the third house, I would say, oh, you're
I
really
sorry,
good.
lost last.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. So if Ophiuchus was in the third house, I would say you'd be really good at speaking about ancient secret mysteries. But because Ophiuchus is in the first house, I would say you're really good at being the ancient secret mysteries. Interesting, right? So you're good at being them, like literally being this ancient, like being an oracle, essentially. Like you are an oracle, right? And so Saturn can be doubt. It can be doubting yourself, and it could be maybe needing to take some kind of a professional training around being an oracle, around being like a psychic channel, around sacred secret mysteries that will open up your ability to do it, where you'll be like, oh, I can do this. I just needed that authority, because Saturn is authority and structure. And so you might need that kind of authority or guide in your life saying, yes, these are the steps. This is how you do it. It's like being a professional. It's mastering So Ophiuchus is about mastering, and so is Saturn. So you're mastering the sacred secret mysteries as your identity, as who you are. So when people meet you, they're going to be like, wow, that's what I predict. And it's going to be as you, Saturn can be age. So as you get older, you're going to settle more into that place of being this authority. And Chiron rules Ophiuchus, right? And so I was like, where is her Chiron? And your Chiron is directly opposite your ascendant here. So you might, through relationship, also learn about yourself, right? So you might find working with a teammate or a partner really helps you come into your oracle ability, right? Like not having to do it all on your own. Like one thing I really appreciate about having you here with me is that when I channel when I'm alone is very different than when I'm channeling with a group, because I can feel your presence. And in some ways it helps to anchor me, right? It kind of helps to keep me in this moment with the energy of all of us. Whereas when I'm alone channeling, holy cow, what happened? It's just a whole other thing. So really trusting that maybe, bringing in a teacher or a guide or an authority who can sort of assist you in mastering your abilities, or even just encouraging them and awakening what they are, and maybe even partnering up with someone who helps you to heal your connection to the earth, because Chiron in Taurus is sort of a trauma with the earth and with like grounding and finances. And so there could be like a past life trauma around marriage or partnership related to land and safety and stability and like money. It could relate to money as well. And so that might be something that has, so this is interesting, right? So we're seeing, oh, she has all this great ability with Ophiuchus and channeling, but she's saying it's like kind of this stop and go. It's not like always in flow. There's a little bit of like resistance, and you can feel it. It's like a floodgate that wants to open, right? And so this is a perfect example of us wanting to follow our spiritual gifts, but what happens? And then we see how Chiron over here on the right, the deepest wound is opposing that Ophiuchus energy. It's in polarity to it. And so what might need to happen is the healing of the Chiron wound related to the earth and grounding and sustenance and security and safety and money and valuables, right? So something could have, maybe you were married and your property was taken from you and your money and your valuables. And maybe it was because you were a practitioner of ancient secret arts like Ophiuchus. And so maybe there could be a trauma around really stepping into that secret sacred science, because you're like, well, last time I did it, all my wealth was taken and my husband and my marriage. And it's like, well, I don't want to have that happen again. And so that's kind of how this dynamic plays out in our chart. And that's one way we can see it, right? Is through how Chiron is opposing that area of her self-identity. And so there's a theme between identity and relationship here. There's a theme around sacred secret mysteries and earth grounding material like wealth, which could be two of the biggest things she deals with, because Chiron is really quite powerful in terms of its effect. Yeah. How is that landing for you, Barbara? And I think I channeled that past life came through for you, and I don't know, how did that land for you?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Because I make if it's open or not.
Yes.
Okay, then it's open. Yeah, I think that lately I've been exactly experiencing, but in a way that I've never experienced before. I even without wanting to, I'm in a place where all the people goes to the reading. And, and it was not planned. If it was for me, I'd gone to my country like 10 times. But all the things that were happening to allow when to come back.
Hey, Barbara.
So yes.
It's breaking up a lot and I can't quite get your story. Would you be open to writing it in the chat and then I will read it out and we can talk about it there? I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I
Yeah,
can
sure.
hear your story. I
It's
apologize.
okay.
Thank you. I want to hear it.
Yes.
I'm excited.
You're welcome. Yeah, maybe it's 1%. Can you hear me better now?
I can hear
Oh,
you now.
it's saying spring.
I can hear you.
Okay, I'll try once more that saying that I 10 times
It's
happening wouldn't allow me to.
Okay.
Well,
No, sorry. Yeah, it's not.
so all the
I'm
time
so sorry.
happens.
It sounds like the patterning was not coming through. That's what you're saying. Okay. So I'm gonna just mute you for a minute, Barbara. And then please feel free to share this in the chat so we can hear you. It just the connection was not coming through clearly. And so I want to make sure we can hear you and get your story here. So yeah, so just talking about how this Ophiuchus energy around her identity, Saturn mastering this sort of secret, sacred mystery, energy, knowledge about, I think Ophiuchus can tend to channel information, right? It's like this access to so many levels and layers of knowledge hidden in the subconscious. And then having Chiron opposing that could mean that there was a wound in a past relationship where she was not able to fully express this knowledge in a way that was safe. And in fact, it caused maybe quite a bit of challenge. And so that could be part of what's stopping her from expressing her full abilities with Ophiuchus. And it's really powerful energetics. Yeah, I mean it's really amazing looking at your chart because you know your destiny point is in Pisces, then you have all these other planets in Pisces, and Pisces is the great oracle. It's the great guide of connecting to the divine, be able to channel that through. It's like your destiny point is learning how to connect to that great river, and your ascendant is in Ophiuchus, which is the ancient secret mysteries, and Scorpio, of course, but it's right at the last degree of Scorpio here. So it's mainly Ophiuchus. And then some Sagittarius, which makes you a traveler. It makes you a far foreign traveler. And in fact, you have Mercury in Sagittarius in the first house, which makes you, Mercury is the planet of travel. And in Sagittarius is far foreign travel. And so having that plus your sun and Neptune all in Sagittarius speaks to you being a traveler, right? You loving to travel and to travel far places and to learn new information and to be quite a learner, like a lifelong learner as part of your identity. And so you have the ancient secret mysteries and you also have this life and flavor, this vitality. So Ophiuchus is actually ether, which means that it's like the Akashic record. Okay, so it relates to quintessence, which is the energy that pervades the space. So having quintessence so close to your ascendant means that you operate in a different realm or frequency than most people do, which could be why things that seemed so super obvious to you when you were younger have just not felt the right way with other people just maybe didn't quite grasp you in the way that you were able to express yourself. And then on the next level of who you are is this fiery, passionate, independent, freedom loving, you know, you really shine when it comes to traveling, and you might, you know, find yourself wanting to travel to lots and lots of different places and spaces and meet lots of different people and really develop who you are, both through your knowledge of the Akashic realm and also traveling and meeting lots of people and going to different locations. Yeah. So I think that was awesome. If you want to share anything in the chat, you can. You don't have to. I'm sorry the sound quality is not working. I know sometimes my connection is not good either. So I've definitely been through that. So I'm really glad you're here, and I'm really glad that we're all here. And I hope this was a good introduction for you to your chart and to that first house. I mean, can you guys see? I mean, it just blows my mind how powerful the first house is and the ascendant and that opening into who we are, just again and again, how descriptive it is. I mean, one nice thing about the ascendant is that it describes what we look like. And so as we share it, we can be looking at the person going, does that fit? Does that fit? Oh yeah, I see it. I see it. I see it. Like even you're wearing like bright colors. It's like you have a hood. So you're a little bit hidden, which is Ophiuchus loves to stay hidden. But you also have this bright red flame energy around your throat area, which is like fire, right? And so you're this blend or this mixture of this Ophiuchus depth, right? This Ophiuchus like knowledge holder, right? Like a priestess with the fiery energy of Sagittarius that loves to travel and be free and to roam the world. And it's just really magical to see how it fits so exactly, right? It's just like so pure in its expression. It's so easy to see. So thank you, Barbara, for sharing. If you want to write anything else in the chat, you're more than welcome if you have any comments or feedback. Anyone have any questions or comments or anything they'd like to share at this point? We've been going pretty strong here for quite a minute. So yeah, so anyone else have any questions or feedback they'd like to share?
Hi, Lotus.
Hi, Jean. How's it going?
Good. I'm another traveler. So I just arrived at my destination, so sorry I'm late.
Sure. Well, welcome on board.
Thank you.
All right. So, why don't we, okay, see where we're at. So now we've pretty much gone through most of the rising signs here. Okay. And so we have a couple options of where we can go in our next journey together. We could keep going through the houses, and we could look at, you know, people's IC, their relationship or their MC, but you know, let's be real about time. It probably would take the rest of the night to go through everyone's other portion. So what I would like to do is look at where we have Venus and Chiron at the full moon right now in everyone's chart. Because Venus, of course, is money, and Chiron is the biggest wound. And so I would like to see where everyone has Venus and Chiron affecting their charts personally to see what might be being activated at this full moon time. Okay, so we're gonna start over here with, let's see, first we're gonna identify where Venus and Chiron are in the astrological chart. We're gonna get the degrees. Okay, and so Venus is 36 degrees of Pisces, Chiron is 30. Pretty much from 6 degrees Pisces to 4 degrees of Aries is this huge chunk of activity. Like, would you agree? Like, this is the chart of what's happening currently. This is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things. 1, 2, 3, 6 things in Pisces. So that's a lot of water. That's a lot of psychic, intuitive awareness. That's like almost like psychic overwhelm, you might say. Okay. Now, there's another thing about what's going on with Pisces is, okay, so let's just explain what Piscean energy is kind of all about here to give some clarity. Okay, so here we have about 6 things in Pisces. And let's see. Yeah. Yeah. So here is a picture I did for Pluto and Capricorn. Right? It's like Pluto is that depth, underground, restructuring, and Capricorn is like, you know, structure. So that's what the Pluto and Capricorn vibe is. Okay. We have 6 planets in Pisces right now. We have Mars, Neptune, Chiron, North Node, Destiny Point. We have the Sun in Aries, like total leadership, courage, energy, which is what we worked on with April, right? And so we have this conglomeration of the Sun having just been opposed the Moon. Tonight, the Moon is in Libra. Okay. And so we have this Pluto and Capricorn that was right in the middle of the Sun and the Moon. Okay. So here we have the Sun and the Moon. They were opposite each other at the full moon. And then we have Pluto that was right in the middle, literally in the center point between the Sun and the Moon. So what that can mean, okay, Sun represents father, Moon represents mother, right? And so Pluto could mean that we're having this sort of deep transformational awareness about the very core of our being, our mom and our dad, right? About our conception, about where we came from. Talk about deep. Okay. So if we're traveling through that, and then we come to the fact that we have 6 planets in Pisces, okay, that's a lot of water that we're swimming in. So we're not only in the depth of awareness about our roots, but we're held within this watery playground. So it's kind of nice actually, because we get to kind of flow through some of this energy as opposed to being stuck or like, you know, being like Virgo, which is very analytical and mental. Pisces is much more like flowing and get into our imagination. We can kind of just like, if we need to, we can dip out and go read a book or like watch a fantasy movie or create a movie. Like it's a great time to see how there's the movie set here. Pisces is connected to film and cinematography and our imagination and the water and meditation and intuition. It's a very beautiful energy, but there's a lot here. One of the things that we have is Chiron. Chiron in Pisces. Okay. So Chiron is an asteroid of healing. It's actually a comet nucleus. And Chiron was wounded. He never healed, but he helps us to heal. Shows us how to be strong and how we can go through suffering. Chiron helps us heal any wounds, especially karmic wounds that we have brought into this life. He can be a mediator between Uranus and Saturn. Uranus is change and Saturn is structure. Okay, so Chiron was the centaur who taught healing to all of the ancient Greek champions and heroes. He taught healing and health. He helped us save so many lives, but he got hit by an arrow that he couldn't heal from, and he was immortal, so he couldn't die. And so eventually he gave his life to Prometheus, because I don't know if you know the story of Prometheus. Prometheus brought fire to humanity. And to punish him, the gods he was also immortal, chained him to a rock on a mountain, and would have an eagle come and eat his liver every day. And then his liver would grow back. And he would go through the same torture day in and day out. And so Chiron, suffering from his own wound that was hurting him, said, "Take my life instead so that Prometheus can go free." And so he gave up his life so that Prometheus could stop being tortured. And so there's a level of extreme compassion and humanitarianism and like depth of love with Chiron that you don't find in a lot of the other planets, like a willingness to go deeper and do more for others. that you don't necessarily find in other comets or asteroids. And so Chiron speaks to the place and space within us that is still as yet unhealed, right? The deepest wounding, right? And so for some of us, it's around leadership, like for April. For Barbara, it's in Taurus, which is like the material realm. It's money, it's security, it's safety. For others, it's in Gemini, which is about communication. For others, Cancer, home and family. So wherever you have your Chiron speaks to where your deepest wound is that may be blocking you from making forward action on your spiritual mission, because it might hurt so much every time that you try to do this one thing that you friggin' don't do it until you bring awareness, you bring love, and that starts to heal. Starts to heal. My friends, I have Chiron in Taurus, and the years I knew I wanted to speak and sing and express my truth to the world, so many years. And now at age 38, I'm finally doing it regularly. And I make myself do it because I know that it heals me. Every time it's like a crazy adventure, you guys. You wouldn't believe the construction sites and like weird things that happen whenever I lead a group. It is like mind-boggling. Like it rains like every time. And I like to film outside. I'm like, okay, so every time, really? Okay. So wherever you have Chiron can be a place where you encounter all these challenges to taking action because it's so deep and so old and so ancient. But as you bring the light of awareness and truth to it and healing, something magical happens. You are given a gift of healing. As you alchemize what was wounded within you, you become able to alchemize and teach others how to alchemize their wound around that same issue. And so you become a master of healing around the Chiron wound. And so that's the outcome with Chiron, is becoming the champion of your own wound and being able to step forward and guide others through healing that same thing. It's really cool. It's profound. And it's touching. It's touching. It's so touching because once you step into the alchemical transformational portal of healing your Chiron wound, you step into a level of compassion for others that is without compare. Because you know what it is to hurt, right? In that specific way. And so you have a level of compassion for those hurting in that specific way that is unparalleled. And it's touching. It's just beautiful. Okay, so with this full moon and with tonight, we have Chiron, the deepest wound, in Pisces, which is what? It's psychic ability, it's intuition, it's our spiritual connection. Think of Pisces as the ocean, right? The ocean. And think of all the other constellation signs as like a drop in the ocean, or like a stream or a river leading to the ocean of Pisces, right? It's like the one body of water. Pisces is where everything comes back together. So having Chiron there, do what is healing to your spirit, and without effort, you will bring the world healing in return. So that speaks to, as we heal our Chiron wound, we heal the earth. Yeah, it's really powerful. Okay, so it is currently conjunct Venus, which is the billionaire planet. Okay, anyone can be a millionaire, but to be a billionaire, you need an astrologer. JP Morgan. Yeah. Yeah, astrologers have been assisting the elite classes, assisting those in power for thousands of years. They've been quite close to the throne, being the advisors, predicting dates and times for the leaders to take action, to do things. And so having Venus conjunct Chiron and having Venus conjunct the sun practically, like the Venus is almost conjunct the sun, money and value through our spiritual path, right? Money and value. So what is abundance anyways, if Venus relates to abundance, right? Abundance is a great or plentiful amount and abundance of rain, the condition of being in rich supply, bananas growing in abundance, degree of plentifulness. And so imagine, if you would, if we could be in alignment with our true source spirit essence and abundance. It says you're fully supported as you devote yourself to your divine life purpose. Yes. So imagine that feeling of being able to devote yourself to your purpose and live in a field of abundance. How good does that feel? So I'm just going to ask for any resistance or any fear around feeling fully supported as you devote yourself to your divine life purpose. We're going to ask your super conscious self to do a complete change of history. Level, everything is needed in the highest and best way, in the highest and best order on levels 1, 2, and 3. Around clearing any resistance to stepping into feeling fully supported as you devote yourself to your divine life purpose. You follow your purpose and you receive divine abundance. And so we just asked for a complete change history, and everything is needed around devoting yourself to your full life purpose and living a life of abundance on levels 1, 2, and 3. The highest and best way, and the highest and best order, and everything is needed. There it is. Knowing that this is possible. This is attainable. This is what you're here for. Fantastic. Okay. So, Pisces, Venus, Chiron, Venus, creating value through our spiritual gifts. Plus, we have the destiny point in Pisces. So the North Node in Pisces, the destiny point, it represents our mission. What is it? To let go of worry and work on developing a sense of connectedness of everyone and everything. Longing for order and perfection is satisfied only through the realization that everything is in divine order. Even if our limited human minds perceive only chaos. So the South Node, the past way of being that we're moving away from, which is focused on practicality, order, can have panic and anxiety when things don't go as planned, if things aren't perfect. You may burden yourself or others with rigid expectations of proper behavior or perfect situations. That's what we're moving away from this year. That's done. Past self, past life energy, karmic energy as a collective. We're moving towards North Node in Pisces, letting go of worry, feeling our connection, feeling our oneness, looking for order and perfection through accepting what is. Wow. Different, huh? A little different than what most of our society kind of runs at. So we're literally being asked to kind of walk a different path. Yeah. Okay. So that said, are y'all ready to dive in and see where you all have, where Chiron and Venus are accessing your chart? Would you all like a 5-minute break here before we jump into that? Or are you good to go? You good to go?
Good.
Okay. All right. All right. Awesome. All right. All right, Lily Ma, you want to jump in with us here? Okay. So, getting to have a nice peaceful rest in the background class. Okay. So for you, Lily Ma, this Venus and Chiron activation are happening in the 8th house of transformation, of intimacy, of oh, this is interesting, of initiation. And you know, you're carrying a beautiful baby, which is in itself an initiation. And so it would make sense that Venus being value and money and Chiron the wound could be helping you to learn how to create value through your experience of being a mama. Okay, around healing your relationship to the spiritual as you go through this initiation, like the spiritual psychic gifts of being a mother right now could be really highlighted. And it could also be a way of creating value and abundance in your life, is maybe, you know, sharing your story or working with others who are also going through that path. Yeah. Are you there, Lily? Maybe you'll come back later. Okay. So I'll jump in. Oh, there you are.
Oh, okay. I thought you were able to see me the whole time. Okay,
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
I
So
just
yeah,
maybe that's fine.
it's fine. It's so interesting because the Venus, you know, the sun is right here in the 8th house. There is Chiron and there is Venus. So what I'm doing is we're taking the current sky, right? We're taking the planets that are in the sky right now and we're looking at Lily Ma's chart and we're saying, where are they? Okay, so we've dove in deep into the ascendant, right? She has that beautiful Leo rising. We haven't quite tuned into everyone's IC yet, which is the deep roots of the chart. We haven't quite gone into the relationship arena of the chart, but we're up in the 8th house, which is all about, you know, Scorpio's house, you know, sex, death, birth, rebirth, transformation, initiation. And so the sun is in the 8th house. Venus is in the 8th house right now, and so is Chiron and the destiny point, and all of those 6 planets in Pisces are in your 7th to your 8th house. And so that means that right now, all that Piscean energy is activating your relationships, and intimacy, and depth, and power, actually. So with Chiron there, it could mean themes, anything unwounded for you around intimacy or around death or birth or transformation could be highlighted. You also have Venus there, which is your partner's finances, which means that your partner's finances could be really good right now because Venus is the planet of the billionaire. And so your partner might be like magically manifesting money and you're like, wow, that's interesting because the 8th house relates to your partner's wealth house. Very powerful. Very, very powerful. And then with Chiron there, it could be, you know, that's psychic ability. And 8th house is initiation. And so you could be having some sort of powerful initiations around your psychic abilities. And you could also be having wounds around your psychic abilities coming to the surface that happened during initiations in past lives. For instance, if you went through the, you know, initiation of, you know, dying to be born again with like taking some herbs and that process, maybe there's some awareness of those experiences or other birth experiences you've had could be coming to light, and you're pregnant right now, and so that's really interesting as well. So you could be healing wounds around birth from other lifetimes, which is actually perfect because you're getting ready to give birth, and so you're maybe shedding the skin. I often think of the 8th house as shedding the skin of the past and just kind of making room for the new beginning. And so the sun is going to move to your destiny point in the next around May 15th or so, May 20th. And that's going to be a really powerful soul time for you, is when the sun's shining on your soul destiny point. So that's coming. So that's something to kind of look forward to, right? And it's then going to be shining on your Chiron, which is up in the 9th house in Taurus. And so that can be wounding around speaking, singing. It can also be wounding around money and wealth. It can be wounding around abundance and just like building security and safety in your life. But with your destiny point conjunct Chiron, which is what the collective has this year, right? We just went through the destiny point conjunct Chiron for everyone, right? In Pisces. It's your destiny, just like it's our destiny this year to heal that Chiron wound, right? And to finally break free of it and to finally transpose out of it, which is cool. Not everyone has their destiny point conjunct Chiron, which means that you're here to heal it, right? Like your destiny is to heal that Chiron wound so that you can tap into abundance. You can tap into that wealth. You can be that fertile, lush river valley that is teaching others, ninth house, which is the teacher, teaching others about abundance, teaching others about the wealth of the earth, right? The wealth of what's available to us. I mean, I picked these flowers today. I went outside and let's see if we can see them. Let's see. Maybe I disappeared. That's fun. Okay. Kind of see them for a minute. Yep. Interesting. There we go. So I picked these flowers and they're just so beautiful and so incredibly abundant. That's funny. And I thought, wow, look at our earth. Like, doesn't this just feel like money? Like, it just feels like total wealth and abundance just dripping off of the trees. Right. And so for you, Lily Ma, this is the epitome of your midheaven and your destiny point and your Chiron is this literally like dripping with abundance from the earth, like the miracle of life just dripping for you. And that's what your purpose is to really tap into that frequency of earth magic and earth medicine and teach it to others because the ninth house is teaching. Right. And so you might even travel the world, perhaps even building gardens and communities, bringing this knowledge of plant wisdom and abundance and prosperity to people. Just so cool. And so right now you're in that initiation phase of preparing for that purpose because this is the waters of transformation and the waters of challenge time. And so it's going to slowly start moving into the ninth house, probably towards the end of April into like maybe more like the first week or two of Taurus, you're going to notice a big shift. Like a lot of stuff is going to move into this new, more active energy. Like right now, it could feel like a lot of waters, a lot of swirling, and I wouldn't worry about too much action. Just really being in that space of spaciousness and holding it and allow it to move you forwards towards that next destination. It's really special how where Chiron is in your chart is so close to where you have Chiron. So it's like you're kind of getting ready for your own Chiron activation by having the collective Chiron in the 8th house. So it's like you're being sort of awoken to your own healing as Chiron approaches, the sun approaches your Chiron, which will illuminate it. And it's so cool that you have, healing tools and practitioners to work with that can assist you. That's really the dream I have is bringing together the astrological chart and healing. And so that we can identify the issues. And then like we did with April, just clear them on out so that we then come into this new vibrational state that maybe we've never been in before. Which is like really beautiful. How does that land for you, Lily Ma?
it feels good. It feels on point. So I took about a year and a half off. I used to own my own business, and before that, I worked in the fashion industry. I did all sorts of things, and I got burnt out, and that's when I kind of took a break and see like what is it that really lights my soul on fire. And one of the biggest things was to be a mom. So I was preparing for that, and then now that I'm carrying this baby, I'm going to be going through a transition. I'm going to be spending a lot of time at home, so it's a really good time for me to learn about herbs, astrology, and I wanted to share this information with you as well. So after we spoke a couple of days ago, you mentioned herbology would be very good for me. I spoke to one of my really good friends, and he said that, oh, yes, I have all this information, and there's this guy that also teaches astrology with plants. So, so lots of things are opening up. I have a lot of different options. It's just a matter of me choosing the ones that's right for me, and somehow I feel the whole thing being integrated with baby, with me, with plants and everything. This is my own belief. I don't think it's going to be a struggle. I think it's going to be a wonderful experience. It's going to be very integrated. I even see myself with baby foraging, and well, baby will be older when we do that, foraging in the forest and just having the entire family involved.
Mm-hmm.
So
Definitely.
it's very different from the life I used to have because I lived in the city, I lived in a high rise. I was very much living a life that wasn't destined for me. It's destined for other people, but like as we can see, most of my chart, my planets are under, but I was living a life very much in the external, which is
Right.
what caused a lot of problems. But
Wow.
it's good now. Yeah, and that intuitively, I ended up taking a step back. So I was like out there on YouTube, did all sorts of things. I was part of a YouTube channel that had millions of subscribers. So I was like out there. So it's good.
Yeah.
It's landing.
Yeah.
It's a good time for us. And yet, and you mentioned my partner's abundance is just popping off. Like things are going really well for him financially, which is really good for me because I our abundance together can help me learn some of these tools too.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so amazing what you're sharing, Lily, because I looked down at your fourth house, which is actually in polarity to your midheaven. And you've got Uranus, which is change and unexpected happenings. You've got Mercury, which is communication. And you've got the sun. And so it's like shining as a mom at home through tapping into nature wisdom, to the earth wisdom. And also it could be the stars, right? The stars connection to the earth and to nature, because the ninth house is a strong connection to the stars. It's ruled by the Archer or Sagittarius. And so it really relates to shooting the arrow towards the stars and the highest peak. And so star magic with plants. I've read several books about this stuff, and it's always so beautiful. And on every chart reading I do, I have flowers because the different astrological signs relate to different flowers and different herbs and different foods. And we can really bring astrology to earth. We can really bring our connection to the stars into our bodies through how we grow our food, with what types of herbs we take, what types of foods different signs need to nourish different parts of the body. It's a really full on and complex and beautiful painting. So I think you're totally on track. It's amazing. And I'm glad we kind of got to start opening the door for your Chiron and where that's at.
So my destiny point is in Chiron. Is that what it means?
Oh, I missed that, Lily Ma. What was that? The
My
sound.
destiny point,
Mhm.
is it in Chiron? Is that what you said?
Your destiny point is with Chiron. So they're like buddies. They're right near each other here, and your midheaven. So you've got your destiny point, then Chiron in the middle, and then your midheaven kind of together, hanging out in Taurus in the house of far foreign travel and higher knowledge and teaching. And And so having the destiny point with Chiron, it speaks to me about, your destiny being to heal this, your destiny being to kind of finally resolve like your relationship to the earth, basically, which could be why living in the city just never felt right. Because you're like, I have a mission to heal my connection to the earth, right? And so that's really beautiful and just so inspiring that you're already on point with that. Yeah. Any other questions or comments or you'd like to share?
I am meeting with Michael in a few hours.
Oh, awesome.
So there's some stuff I wrote down.
Mm-hmm.
Wounds around psychic wounds around birth, financial security and stability.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to see which one tests best for me according to him. If there's anything else that you see coming up, oh, you also mentioned something around speaking, singing, money.
Yes, speaking and singing, because the part of the body, this is really interesting because the part of the body that you have Chiron in, it's in the sign Taurus, which is the throat, and it's in the 9th house, which is the thighs, which is travel. And so something around speaking and traveling, right? And around stability of home, like almost like security around your well, it's like the 9th house is far foreign travel, right? And then Taurus is safety and security. And so it's a little bit of an oxymoron, right? Because it's like traveling, being free and traveling the earth and being a globetrotter. It's this fiery energy. But it's in Taurus, which is like being home and having roots and being grounded. And so Chiron there could maybe relate to a trauma with your homeland. Like having to travel really far away from safety and from security, right? Not being able to stay where you are. Wait a second. There we go. Yeah, that's interesting. I'd never thought of that before. Sometimes if I sit with the charts long enough, new things will, what's going on here? Sorry about that. There it is. Okay. Apologies. Okay. So something about your root system. Okay, because Taurus is roots. I always think of Taurus as having this really deep root and just being kind of earth. But Chiron there, it's like something happened with your root system, perhaps, probably in I'm getting past life. But that it's your destiny to kind of heal this lack of rootedness and to finally plant your taproot. It's like you're looking to finally plant your taproot, and like with the sun, Mercury, Neptune, there's so many things in the 4th house of the home and the land and the connection to home and family. It speaks to home to me. It's like, and they're like opposite the midheaven. You have Uranus opposite the midheaven. Something could have happened that was traumatizing to your groundedness. And I would even look at your lower chakras and your root chakra in terms of its rootedness into the earth. Because something might have happened that was unexpected that, let's look at this a little more closely. So we have Chiron there. And then the destiny point there. Jupiter. Yeah, I get something about traveling, like having to leave the homeland or being away from the homeland. And it just this wound around being connected to the earth and being connected to abundance and everything like physical, tangible, the earth plane itself. being in your body, like being able to have wealth. So anything and everything that you could taste and touch or see or smell, something might have happened to uproot you. Almost like what I'm seeing, Lily Ma, is like you being thrown out of your body in a past
Oh,
life by something. And so like not only just like being kicked out of your homeland, but like being kicked out of your body and needing to heal that root so that you can come back into your body. It's really interesting what I'm seeing. It's like my guides are showing me this, and like I'm seeing you like rebraiding your taproot. I don't know why that's coming through, but I'm seeing you like it's like a basket weaver, you know, like rebraiding your earth connection to form the basket for your family so that you can nurture the next generations. Wow. Yeah. That sounds good. That would be cool. So yeah, rebraiding the fabric of your earthly roots. It's kind of it's so interesting. I'm seeing like your roots not being together, like they're spread out and they're up in the air and needing to bring them back into the earth, and there being like an energy block or trauma between you fully grounding into your human vessel and the earth plane. And this is I'm getting it's very ancient. That's why it's been sort of amorphous and hard to kind of touch or put into words. But that as a mom, you're so connected to source right now and to the baby's soul. And there's like a divine contract between you shifting into this earth alignment this time. That's really beautiful. And so you're getting this opportunity to kind of reground yourself into the earth, into eating and drinking and sleeping and just like the very simple, beautiful pleasures of life that maybe haven't been fully within reach. Right? Like you're just getting an opportunity to touch bases, to ground in and replant yourself. Like I'm seeing you like a plant that's had its roots kind of hanging in the air, and you finally come to an energetic space and place where like you're ready to really plant yourself. And so whatever block is blocking that, right? Whatever is in the root system that's not fully allowing the roots to go in. Maybe the hole needs to be bigger or needs to be smaller. There's something there between your root system and the earth that I see here that will then become something that you can maybe teach. Like it's going to be something as you embody yourself, you're going to be able to teach it. You're going to be able to help others to heal and come back in. And it might involve speaking and it might involve singing, because Taurus is the throat chakra. Okay. And so what I'm sensing is that as you heal your connection to your root system, it's going to allow you to sing. Because right now, what I'm seeing energetically is that you're sort of like hovering above the ground. And so the throat chakra doesn't have an anchor to the power source of the earth. Oh my gosh, this is so beautiful. But that as you anchor into the earth, that will create the connection for this beautiful power of love from Mama Gaia herself. Oh my God. To come up through your throat chakra. And so that's kind of what you've been waiting for. It's like, there's something I'm here to bring through, but the connection is, there's old stuff there. Right? We've lived through so many things. But I'm hearing that this pregnancy and being, with this beautiful soul blessing you, that you will, it's like the gates are opening. So many gates are opening in your energy system that now is the time. Now is the time. And so I'm excited. I saw some beautiful images here. Like I saw you singing in Thailand. is beautiful, and maybe even, filming it, but it's like you're going to be doing videos from the earth as opposed to doing videos from your mind. You're going to be creating video content from your soul and your heart, and not just from, the worldly realm of fashion, or whatever our ego personality likes to come through with, right? Like you're going to be shifting into a different dimension. And I'm hearing that. Oh, I'm getting so much shivers and chills, right, as I say this. That's why you prepared and you created the structure and the platform of this work. You were setting it up because you have a sort of vision or mission to bring through the earth song, earth sound, earth message, earth Gaia speak, and maybe that will just be you filming the leaves twinkling in the sunlight, right? Or the water, or it'll be you singing. It's just like, it's going to be something that's organic from your roots. Wow. Ooh, that is beautiful. And I'm also I'm hearing this recommendation. Do you have lilies growing at your house?
I have, yes, well, not in my house. I have lotuses in my
Oh.
house. Yeah, we have little, but we have lilies all over our neighborhood, everywhere, but not in our house. And
I'm
sometimes I do some fresh cut lilies.
Okay, I'm getting this vision. Okay, I'm getting this vision of you getting a little fountain. It's like it's not super big, but it's like big enough for you to put at least one lily, maybe three lilies, to represent your family, and to place that like as an altar with your pregnancy, so that you can kind of go there and just tune into the energetic of a lily, because the lily is a flower that has roots in water. Okay. And so part of the healing of your roots, right, is that your root system, the IC, is in Scorpio, which is water. And so in order for you to put your taproot in, you actually need to put it into water. And so as you ask Michael about this in the session, you might also look at past lives involving water and grounding to water. And if you're daring enough, you might even test mermaid.
Oh,
Mm.
that's interesting. Okay, it's interesting because I didn't learn how to swim until I was in my 30s because I was so scared of water.
Oh, wow.
So I know I could survive.
Wow. Okay, there's something there. There's something there around water. Okay, and it's where your root system is. And so roots are so important to you, and we want to heal them. So we look to the root system of your chart, and it's in water. It's in Scorpio with it, which is depth and intensity. And so in order to heal this midheaven Chiron, you may have to go down to the root cellar and heal maybe, and your south node, your past life point, is really close to your IC. And so you might need to heal that past life, whatever happened in a past life with water. That could be interfering with your grounding.
Okay.
Especially if you're someone who grounds more easily into water.
Okay.
So interesting. I did not expect any of that. That's really that's cool.
Thank you. Sounds good. I have a lot to, and of course we're gonna be doing more work. We'll
What was that?
session. Can you not hear me okay? Can you hear
It's
me
like
fine?
the sound is strange. I don't know why.
I
There's
can
like a bit of
tell.
an echo.
How about now? Is that
Yes.
no?
I think that's better.
Okay. Okay. Um, I said that we're going to be meeting.
Yeah.
And also doing work with Michael too. So probably in the next coming weeks, we could go a little bit more in detail with all this too. But I have a lot to
Yeah.
work with. So thank you.
That's awesome. Yeah, that needed to come through. That was like divinely channeled for you. And I think that for people on this call, I think all of you have some missions and purposes that are really coming through this year. And so sometimes when that's happening, like God source comes through me with so much energy for you as the person. It's just really beautiful. So I'm hearing blessings for what you are creating, and it's going to be very beautiful. I'm hearing to tell you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, yeah, there's more work to be done, but thank you for your time.
Well, they're always, but you know, it's resting into the flow of what we are as well. So that is where, so we started with Chiron and where it's affecting her right now, which is in the 8th house of transformation and initiation. So it's also water and a water house. And so that could explain why we're being drawn to maybe assisting her with healing a past life issue around water. Okay, so it all connects back to where we entered this conversation. We went on a little bit of a journey. We looked at the midheaven, we looked at Chiron and the destiny point. And then since we know the roots create the fruits, we look down at the IC because the IC creates the roots for our midheaven and our purpose. And there it was in water. And don't you know, that's where she had, oh, I didn't swim till 30. And so that's where we discover, okay, there's something there. Fantastic. Fantastic. So that's how the chart works, right? It's a bit of a journey. It's a bit of a following of the step-by-step process of where we entered. That goes there and then there. And we just follow the thread, just like we have that golden thread leading us through the compass. And that's how we identify and diagnose and then begin to be able to treat the specific thing, right? So she has a healing session she's going to go to, and they can now muscle test where this issue, you know, specifically and go deeper on it. Or like we did with April, we did a clearing on it. So this chart is so great for diagnosing and identifying core issues that we otherwise might not have ever accessed in the soul path. Okay. So thank you, Lily Ma. That was beautiful. I feel transported to Thailand right now. Beautiful.
Thank you so much.
And I look forward to hearing more as we go.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. And so that brings us to, where am I? Okay. Escape to, so John, we will tap in with you here and we'll see. Now we're going to go into a totally different land, right? Now we're in John's universe and it's like a totally different world. Isn't that wild, right? Each of us has such a unique frequency, right? It's so amazing. I love getting to dive in with you all. So this Chiron Venus action, that is what inspired me to go live with you all and do this class, Money, Abundance, and Our Spiritual Path and Spiritual Wounds, is happening in your 6th house of health. Okay, health, routine, work. And we talked about this earlier, right? It's affecting your work. And now you have this new job. So it's really interesting because Venus is abundance and you just manifested this divine abundance. And how interesting that it's happening with Chiron there, which could also mean it could be bringing up some past life trauma around work and psychic protection. Right? Or psychic sensitivity, or being mindful of balancing your sensitivity and energy with the people you work with, right? So there might be some awarenesses coming to light around that, which then leads us on into where you have Chiron in your chart, because I know you've been waiting to hear about this. And so you have Chiron in the 8th house. That's where it lives. So for Lily Ma, it's just transiting, it's just visiting. But for you, it's in the 8th house. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, the 8th house, of course, is initiations. It's transformation. It is the shaman. It is depth. It is intensity, life, death, sex, rebirth. Well, young man, your Chiron is conjunct your sun. Y'all have these purposes with Chiron like I never seen before. We got Lily Ma has got her destiny point conjunct Chiron. You have got Chiron conjunct the sun. And so I often think of there being a 3 to 5 purpose path. And one of them is the sun, the destiny point, the midheaven, the soul planet, and the sun moon midpoint. So those are 5 steps to purpose: sun, sun moon midpoint, midheaven, destiny point, and I think I said something else, but I forget. So 5 of them, 5 of them. So sun is all about purpose, right? It's the soul essence. And so your sun is conjunct the destiny point, is conjunct Chiron. So that tells me, John, that part of your soul purpose involves Chiron. It involves healing. You may be a natural healer, right? Chiron was a healer. Chiron was compassionate. Chiron assisted people. Chiron assisted people to heal. Okay, it's in the sign of Gemini, which is the student, the salesperson, the marketing expert, someone who's super good with information, teaching, learning, expressing, right? You're just a super natural communicator, educator, just all around anything with communication, writing, speaking, lecturing, books, media, songs, music. You just naturally flow with that form of creativity. It's ruled by the messenger god, Mercury. And so you're a natural messenger. You bring messages through for people. And having Chiron there could mean that there is a wound for you around speech, communication, writing, expression. So it's like you're naturally super, super good at all those things. But oh Lord, this is why I'm doing this class, because here you have your friggin' purpose, your sun, right? How you shine. Lily Ma had her destiny point, which is what her lesson is, what her midheaven. Both of you guys have this conjuncture Chiron. So how the frig can you get out there and do your purpose if you have simultaneously your purpose conjunct your deepest wound? Like, is that going to be a super effortless and easy journey? Probably not. It's probably going to be one of the deepest, most powerful paths you could choose as a soul. So like big, high fives to both of you for choosing to have your spiritual soul path and your deepest wound connected. And how perfect that I created this event so that we could address this for you all. Oh my God. This happens every time people come. I set an event and then people come who match it. It just boggles my mind. I'm just got to get the board game Boggle, and I'm just going to put it here so I can laugh at it from time to time. So Gemini is the wordsmith. Gemini is the writer. Gemini is the poet, right? Gemini mixes and matches words and thinks and thoughts and expresses and communicates and shares. It's also social media. Okay, you're excellent at that. But Chiron here tells me there's a wound around this. So as good as you are with words and writing and expressing and communicating and sharing information, you also have some type of a trauma, which could be holding you back from fully shining with your gifts, right? It could be something, what I'm hearing is probably related to you being a speaker, teacher, or author in a past life. Okay. And then you shone, but maybe you received some kind of negative result. Maybe there was torture. Maybe you were killed, right? Maybe there was some way that your gift was not treated with the love and honor that it so deserves. And so there's a real deep purpose for you in this lifetime, sun, purpose, conjunct Chiron, around healing the wound around your communication, the wound around your expression. Okay, and it's beautiful. I mean, that's just beautiful, and it's going to be a transformational journey, no doubt. And it may be, okay. What if you taught a course, John, on writing about transforming people's blockages to expressing themselves through the written word and helping other people to release their inhibitions and blocks to expressing their divine gifts through speech, through words? I see something there for you. Because 8th house is transformation. It's the shaman. Your sun is there. So you shine assisting other people. So it's on the other side. It's other people to transform. You're not just here for yourself. In other words, right? Like your purpose, your gift is not just for you here to shine in it. It's for you here to shine in it for others. That's takes years to get, but once you get it, you're flying because you realize in order to be happy, you have to be with others, assisting them, because you already kind of mastered your own self. Now you're here to assist those who are like still learning about how to shine in their truth, how to shine in their power, how to shine in their authenticity. Chiron with the sun. Shining might be something that there's a bit of a wound around. There might be a bit of reticence to fully show up and like shine your beautiful full self. It's like you do it, right? Just like I speak and I speak and I speak, but there could always be this challenge that you're pushing through here. Okay. So Gemini relates to the arms. Okay, so the issue could be connected to the arms. 8th house, of course, is the reproductive organs. It could also just relate to the lower chakras. Okay, it could relate to power, like just raw, like it could relate to the root chakra even. It could relate to like the bottom sector of the body in terms of power. Like having energy from the earth come up through your body. That might be an area where there could be a block. And then through your arms. So just raw root up to arms and hands and doing things with your hands. Have you ever had any injuries or issues with those things, or do you use your hands a lot? Unmute, please.
Dang microphone. Yeah, that I do, and I've been noticing that lately. My hands will move by themselves when I'm not lately, and I think been in this and having the healing the last couple of days has helped. But my hands kind of do things that I'm not aware of, but it's been kind of like up and down for years. That's there, and then it's not there. It's there, and it's not there. But I do actually have plates in my left shoulder up here, so I do have a hurt shoulder, and I've been nursing that for about a year and a half. So yeah, I know I need to like strengthen that and stuff. So I do have a little bit of a disability, but I don't let it bother me. But yeah, with the hands and that makes a lot of sense because my hands will want to do things, and I'm not sure what they're doing, but I still need to learn more about that.
Interesting. Well, think about writing. Like imagine you had a typewriter. Maybe you were a writer.
Yeah.
Maybe you wrote a lot. Maybe you were just constantly writing and like your hands sometimes just like go into position.
Oh, yeah. No, I have 3-4 pages of notes here, and they're all filled up. Trust me, I do that a lot.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. So that's something, yeah, maybe we'll look into that tomorrow.
Yeah.
And see how we
Thank
can,
you.
yeah, bring some light into your arms and hands around speech and expression. And you guys really see how soul purpose and Chiron, our greatest wound, sometimes intersect, like literally like they're next door to each other. And so imagine, John, what your life will be like as that challenge disperses and then your soul light is shining without the density of that old trauma. Yeah. And that's how much energy and life force and vitality that can flow through you as you. And that's what we're here for. I don't think we're here to just have this wound and like live through life with it. I think we're here to be able to finally heal it and clear it and be free to express what our true authentic self is really here for. Yeah. Plus the midheaven, okay, which is up here in Leo. The sun rules Leo. And so the sun is the ruler of your midheaven, which is your purpose, right? It's the sun is purpose, midheaven is purpose, destiny point is purpose, the soul planet is purpose, and the sun moon midpoint purpose. And so having the sun conjunct one of the major 5 placements for purpose tells me, so you have 2 things, sun and midheaven connected, and then Chiron, that this is a huge facet of helping you to unleash your purpose, which is probably why you're like, I'm there, I'm going to that class, right? Because I finally got it together in my head of like, oh my God, we should look at your purpose points and we should look at Chiron, we should look at healing them. Yeah. That is so cool, right? So your purpose, you know, sun, midheaven, sun is to shine. And how will you shine? You'll probably shine like a Gemini as a teacher in the 8th house, transformation, as a shamanic teacher, as someone who guides people through initiations and through shifts and changes in their soul path, right? You're someone who can guide them through anything. Yeah, it's really powerful.
That's powerful. Yeah, that's definitely powerful.
And I'm not surprised because you do shine. Like I notice your posts are just full of light, right? They're really sunshiny. And so what a absolute pleasure and honor to help assist you to break through this, whatever this barrier is, to step more into that shining potential. Right. And then one of your other purpose planets, the destiny point, is down here in Aquarius at home. So that could be creating a new age community, right? Living in community. And that's really the biggest purpose that you have, is to create a home and a community, and not necessarily that you have to go out here and be this big personality in the world, but that you're really here to shine, bringing people together and creating a home for a lot of people. We'll dive more into that because I think that's a component of all of this stuff.
Yeah.
Your IC is in Aquarius. So your MC is in Leo, your IC is in Aquarius. And so you might be really deeply interested in creating a home for society. Like, you know, if you've ever heard of earth ships, right? Or communities that are like off grid that, you know, allow people to come together, you might put more focus into that, and you might be a lot happier living in community and off the grid and co-creating in that way, because your destiny point and your IC both in Aquarius. And so home, family, roots, community, that's where your heart is. Your past life point is in the house of career and in the outer world. And so you might not be like as drawn to making that big splash out in the world as you are to building a hearth and a home that is for a lot of people. So this isn't just a normal home. This is like an intergalactic space station with like tons of people, you know, co-creating and coming together and creating music and you know.
Yeah, that's what I was just my artist name is actually Dr. Galaxy. So that's I haven't really told many people that, so you're right on the nail on that.
Yeah, Aquarius is very outer spacey and very
I love galactic stuff.
It's all galactic, and that's what your destiny point is that galactic path and the new age world and technology and community. And you know, you shine, you always will, but You're not necessarily having to do that this lifetime. Okay, like you're not having to go out into the world and be this big. You were probably royalty in a past life. You were probably like a king or like a famous person. And so you remember being very famous and very well known. And you're like, okay, I got to go back out there and get up there and be on the stage or be on my throne and like be that center. But because it's your past life point, it's saying, well, actually take that royalty and that loyalty and that big heart and that big sunshine and draw it towards building community, right? Draw it towards like being a family man in terms of like a big family, like a big collective family, and create a community.
Yeah.
I think something's going to really shift for you, and this is major. I mean, this is many lifetimes coming because you've been doing the Leo thing and being the center and shining and going out there and being the father figure. So this is the father role. But the destiny point in the fourth house is more the mother. It's more that like loving, emotional, like supportive, caregiving,
Yeah.
caring, feminine energy. And I've met a lot of men this year with their destiny point in the house of the home and family and the mother. And I'm like, wow, a lot of men are being called into the home. They're being called into emotion and to serving the feminine energy more, right? Like getting into the feminine energy more,
Yeah.
being more of a nurturer. And you're kind of a galactic nurturer, which is it's an interesting fourth house to have, right? Which is the new age, it's outer space, it's the future, right? So you're not like a normal family guy or family person. You're like this intergalactic, like let's like study the stars and new age technologies and dance on our vibration plates and like go to Burning Man. That's the kind of home.
Yeah.
Yeah. The kind of home that your destiny is sort of speaking for you to come into. That's what I sense. Yeah.
That's really helpful, Don. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Take that and really digest that because that's a huge shift. It's huge.
No,
And
I feel it. Yeah, a lot of emotion there. I've definitely lots of things you talked about. I've said before. Just even sticking up for the femininity.
yeah. 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 Because we all have it. It doesn't matter what body we're in. The feminine energy has been just put down for so long and placed in a subjugative role below the masculine. And it's like, well, if you look in nature, they're balanced. They're perfectly balanced. They're part of the whole cycle together, and one not better than the other. And so, I think we're just balancing. It's not that one is better than the other. We're just trying to bring it ourselves into harmony, right? Like to oneness with the
Yeah.
earth, not this fighting of nature.
Aggression, yeah, and all that. Yeah.
Hmm. Hmm. And you have Mars conjunct the destiny point. So you're a leader and you're strong, and you may even have aggression towards standing up for, that new age vision, right? You're a leader. This is an
Yeah.
interesting
No, I
combination.
feel it.
Mhm. Wow.
I get a little pissed off when people don't respect it.
Uh-huh. That's Mars energy. Yep. Yep. So Mars, I have Mars in the fourth house. I have to be careful at home. All right, Lotus, go on a walk. Okay. Mars can tend to get hot. I mean, it's red, like it literally shows up as red. So wherever we have Mars can be where we get hot. We get fiery headed, right? So for April, it's like out in community, leading the charge for the large groups, let's go. And so that's right. That's where her spark is with that energetic. But yeah, so powerful, so beautiful.
Yeah. I can feel it. It's really good. Yeah.
I'm so blown away by what these moments feel like with people like sitting here and having just this information literally create a feeling like in your body, and then I sense what you're feeling, and then everyone else here senses you feeling, and it's kind of profound how words and the chart have so much power to, you know, assist us in reconnecting to who we are and to our soul self. Yeah. Wow. Whew. So tomorrow we're gonna finish up the Chiron exploration. We're gonna finish up, you know, where does everyone have Chiron? What's going on with the Chiron energy? Then we're gonna look at maybe doing some clearings around Chiron. And then we're gonna look at the millionaire planet, the billionaire planet, and the second house. So now that we're starting to address the deepest soul wounds that may be holding us back, we're going to address the money. Okay, and see if we have any interesting patterns happening between our money planets and our spiritual planets. And if there's anything that needs to be healed or cleared there that will assist us with finally reconciling and bringing our soul purpose and abundance back into balance. Okay. Any final questions or comments, John, before we keep moving here?
I have a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Well,
Good.
I was curious mostly, you showed the slide of the 4 pillars, the houses, the planets, asteroids, and points, and then the signs and the aspects. And we talked about the orbital aspect yesterday. I was more curious because we're talking about Chiron and being like a comet.
Yeah.
You mentioned one of them, the pillars, the houses, the planets, and the asteroids and points. What exactly are the asteroids and the points?
Yeah, so the asteroids are, some of them may be comets. Some of them may, yeah, I think they may be
Well,
comets.
right as I said that, it started to rain.
So,
And
so
and then the points. What are the points exactly?
yeah, so points could be something like the destiny point or the south node point. And so the point is the mathematical point between, for the south and north node, between the sun and the moon's ecliptic. So that's an
Okay.
example of a point. Another point would be the IC, and then the MC would be another point. And so those are points on the chart. They're not
I
actually
see.
planets, they're not comets, they're just significant. I like to think of them as acupuncture points,
Okay.
right? They're like key points for the chart, the framework of the chart.
And then you talked about the signs and the aspects. What are the signs? Is that
The
just all the
sign,
astrology, all the sun and okay.
so nope. So the signs are the constellations. These are great questions. It's super helpful for everyone to get clear on what I'm talking about. So the signs are all of the constellations that go around the outer edge of the chart.
Okay.
So like Libra is a sign, Virgo is a sign, Leo is a sign, Scorpio is a sign, Capricorn is a sign. That's a great question. And then
Okay.
each planet is then in a sign. So Moon is in the sign Ophiuchus, Saturn in the sign Sagittarius, right, etc.
Okay. And then lastly, the aspects. And we mentioned the orbital aspect yesterday. What are the aspects, or is that a number thing, or what is those?
It is. It's based on geometry. And so
Okay.
aspects, the circle is 360 degrees, and each little black point here correlates to a single degree. And so there's 360 tiny little points here.
Okay.
And so each planet, right, Moon, 12 degrees of Ophiuchus is 12 degrees of Ophiuchus. And then, but then if you take it out of the context of each little sign, right, there's only 12 points here, and you put it into 360 degrees, it's going to relate to every other point mathematically at a different angle. And so the aspects are then those relationships. So the square, right, is the space of the degrees that create the geometric pattern of a square. So your moon in Ophiuchus is square your sun moon midpoint in Virgo. Okay, so that creates, so what is a square? A square has a certain energetic. A square is a little bit challenging of a shape. The energy doesn't flow freely here. So the relationship between your sun moon midpoint and your moon can be a bit challenging. So your emotional nature and then like your core essence self, maybe sometimes they're like, I don't quite get you. Like your sun moon midpoint in Virgo wants to be super analytical and detail oriented and clear, while the moon in Ophiuchus wants to stay hidden and access the etheric plane. And so sometimes they're like have struggle communicating with each other, and that's what a square represents. Or you could have a trine. A trine is this blue triangle here, and you have a trine between your Saturn in Sagittarius to your midheaven. And so your moon feels very harmonious with your purpose. You feel very harmonious with Leo. You feel like it's in flow emotionally for you to express your purpose. Your emotional nature and then your purpose, your big contribution to society feels super aligned. It lines up. It's easy for you. It's easy for you to align your emotional state to shining your purpose out to the world. Because of the relationship between those 2 points as expressed through the mathematics of how the moon aligns to the midpoint. In this case, it's called a trine. And so each of these aspects has a number, or like completely opposite would be halfway through 360, right? It'd be like 180. It'd be 180 degrees away from each other. And so an opposite is this symbol here that's red, and it actually looks like an infinity symbol. And so you have this major opposition between Saturn and the moon and what's called the North Star or Polaris, or a Chiron, actually very close to your Chiron wound. And so there might have been with the Chiron wound, as we bring the aspect in with the moon and Saturn, a very deep emotional wound around authority, because Saturn conjunct the moon. Saturn is authority, moon is emotion. Chiron is a wound around speaking and education. So what I would get from that is that you were probably an educator and a teacher, and you suffered a deep emotional wound from an authority. Maybe it was even your own father, because moon can be family, Saturn can be father. So there could have been a rejection around you expressing your truth, or you speaking your truth, or you writing your truth. And what I'm seeing, it's so weird, I get these images. I'm seeing you being like a very passionate, intelligent student, young man who maybe had an authoritarian father who didn't agree with you and shut you down when it came to your thoughts and your expressions. Or maybe it was the government, or maybe it was a larger authoritarian figure, but that it like really hurt you emotionally to the point where you don't always feel like fully safe to express your deepest truth.
Yeah.
And so the chart is showing us with the opposition, that's really strong. Opposition means really strong. You know, it's like 180 degrees, polar. Think of the North and the South Pole, polar opposite. Mm-hmm. You guys, I love your questions. This is really great.
Could I have one more question?
As many as you want.
What exactly are the 4 pillars? What are the 4 pillars?
Yes, the 4 pillars are the ascendant, the AS, the IC, the DS on the right side, and the MC at the top. Those are the 4 pillars or the 4 points of power. They create the framework and the structure for a chart to quickly address identity, emotion, family, relationship, and purpose.
Okay. Relationships, family, purpose. What was the other one?
Relationships and purpose. So they're separate. So
Okay.
MC equals purpose, DS equals relationships.
Oh, okay. The 4 pillars are ascended, IC, DS, and MS. Okay.
MC. So
MC. Okay.
it's AS, IC, DS, MC. So AS, DS, MC, DC, MC, IC. I'm starting to say ACDC. It's not quite that. That's funny. Thank you, Tesla. Okay.
Right.
So that would be something you would really love studying is Tesla and energy, because Aquarius destiny point is all about electricity.
Yeah. I'm actually doing a thing on my internship right now with the 369 and toroidal fields. So I'm actually looking at that right now.
I'm not surprised. Of course you are. See, do you see how much power is held in this chart? That's why I don't have huge crowds, because I think I have shields so that only the really pure-hearted, true, integrity-filled people show up. Because this work is, it must be respected. You have access to someone's soul map, like that's serious, like that's very profound. I would also tell you, like, if you do follow astrology and start working with people, you may not want to keep people's charts because they're like literally openings to their whole soul karmic map. Okay, so I actually went through like a clearinghouse and I cleared almost everyone's chart. So that's why I'm like, if I have you come, just send it to me again, because I'm not keeping it. I want to keep, you guys have your own charts. I can jump in with you and we can talk about them. We can open them. Go ahead and think about an astrology chart like it is the Akashic record. It is an oracle. It's a library.
Yeah.
Of you. It's pretty amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, welcome. Yeah, the questions are what enable me to go deeper because yeah, it allows me to teach you more in depth. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, you and April should hang out. You guys have some interesting shared interests.
We actually already follow each other on Facebook, at least. This is the
that's so
first time
cool.
I've met her, but she always has cool posts because she's taking cool pictures outside and stuff and just being free and open.
Yes, April's the best. I got to meet her at such a cool event. So, my friends, I'm gonna finish up for tonight. Any
Yeah,
final
4 hours.
questions? Oh yeah. April's like, yep, that's normal.
Yeah, it's early.
That's early. Only 4 hours? Right. So with what we focused on with the Chiron and the Venus and Pisces, right? Is that kind of being this big theme that we're all kind of swimming in? I wanted to kind of leave this parting message of taking our feminine power back, whether we're in a feminine or male body, to feel, to intuit, to know, to take back our psychic gifts, our spiritual gifts, and to get paid for our value and gifts and our abilities. And that it is time for the feminine energies of receptivity and intuition and what we bring to a space that maybe isn't talked about or mentioned or recognized. to finally be valued and recognized and honored and received on our own individual level and then collectively for the world. And with Saturn and Aquarius, which is lightning and structure, I feel that we're being activated this year to charge forward dragon year towards this new birth of this earth, which I think is so beautiful, and to channel the message of Earth Mother through our beingness to be shared and heard across the land. And there are many leaders being called to bring forth these messages. And so you'll feel it. You'll know. And you'll be like, oh, that's what I was feeling. Okay. And so many of you are feeling that awakening and that calling. And so that's why I'm here. I'm here to assist you all. I'm born at 2 degrees of Aries sun. And so I am empowered to be an assist of leadership, and it's in the house of partnership. So I'm here not for myself. It'd be great. It'd be so much easier if I could just lead myself. But God said, nope, you get out there and you grab some people and you lead and assist them. And I said, oh, and it took me my first half of life to like, oh, it's not about me. Okay. It's about assisting all of you. Quite a journey. So I just want to close by just taking all the energy. Ooh, there's a lot of energy there. And everything it's bringing up or letting down of anything that got brought up in tonight's class. Yep, there it is. A lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. And we just notice it. And we just feel it. By simply opening the chart, we open the door to so many layers of our consciousness kind of getting to be brought into awareness. I'm burping like crazy. And so anywhere and everywhere, anything and everything or anything got brought up or let down for you from this lifetime or any other lifetime that is in any way blocking you from aligning to your spiritual soul purpose, to receive infinite wealth as you align to this soul purpose, and to give your gifts and to be adequately and abundantly and beautifully paid for them. Anything and everything that brings up or lets down from this lifetime or any other, any oaths, vows, promises, fealties, communities, commitments, contracts, bindings, swearings, blood oaths, karma, black magic spells, etc., blocking you from having this. Anything and everything that brings up or lets down, will you please now revoke, recant, renounce, denounce, and it all, please, yes. Right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all nines, shorts, boys, COVIDs and beyonds. And take a nice deep breath in. And a nice deep breath out. Power of God. By the power of Source. It is commanded that any blocks to us aligning to our divine spiritual purpose, receiving infinite wealth, creating infinite wealth through aligning to our divine soul purpose and being blessed, and supported and nurtured from this work, anything and everything preventing that by the power of God, everything that brings up or lets down. We now revoke, recant, renounce, denounce, destroy, and uncreate all, please. Yes, right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all nine shorts, boys, povits, and beyonds. And by the power of God, it is commanded that anything blocking us from claiming our purpose, our spiritual gifts, and our path, and receiving infinite wealth and abundance for these gifts, for what we share. By the power of God, it is commanded that energy be pulled and cleared out of the core, out of the genetic, out of the soul level. And we command it to be pulled and resolved on the historical level. and replaced on all levels with the Creator's truth and definition of pure unconditional love, compassion, forgiveness, peace and calm, happiness, love, joy, peace and ease around expressing our truth, spiritual truth, and receiving infinite divine wealth with ease and joy and glory. God, please give everyone the divine spiritual gifts and how to use them to actualize and to align to our own divine spiritual purpose, and to bring our gifts through receiving infinite abundance and love and nourishment and blessings along the way, and anything and everything preventing that. We now revoke, recant, renounce, denounce, destroy, and uncreate all right and wrong, good and bad, quad and flock, all nine shorts, boys, covids, and beyond. And just ask for deep, complete, unconditional love healing for everyone. Connecting them to divine abundance, to the spirit of abundance, to the spirit of flow, spirit of life, spirit of love, that we can have love in abundance, that we can have alignment to our soulful path in abundance, that we can have love in abundance, that we can have alignment to our soul path and love and abundance. Now I ask things to come in and bless us. I ask for a complete unconditional love healing for all of you around these core themes through all directions of time and space. For your DNA, ask the superconscious to heal your chakras, front and back. I ask the superconscious to heal your dantians around having this infinite wealth and alignment to your purpose. We ask your collarbone points, superconscious, please adjust the collarbone points to be divine purpose and infinite wealth. Oh, there we go. Breathing in and out. I ask superconscious to please assist us to integrate in all these shifts and changes to our energy field. Any fear or resistance to bringing in infinite wealth through our divine purpose, receiving abundant nourishment through all the levels of our being. We ask superconscious to please tag and treat, bring into a beautiful ball of white light any fear or resistance around this. And we ask the superconscious to please now, in the highest and best way, in the highest and best order, do a complete change history, and everything is needed, levels 1, 2, and 3. Sending that fear and resistance seeds going into the white ball of light and going farther, farther, farther away, out of your body, out of your heart, out of your mind, out of the collective field. And now just tune into a future self who is already receiving infinite abundance around sharing your divine spiritual gifts and being supported in every level. and nurtured. Good. And just feel that. Mhm. And then resistance, will you please tag and treat any fear or resistance around having that, being that, embodying that in your future self? Seeing all that fear and resistance going into that ball of white light. Super conscious, we ask you to please complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. And just sending that beautiful ball of white light, sending all that fear and resistance farther away out of the body. And just stepping into it, having that divine abundance through your spiritual truth. Infinite abundance. Expressing your divine purpose. Just feel into that feeling of already having it. You're already there. Feel the gift of it. Blessing of it. That returning back to your divine birthright. Unity between spirit and soul, body and soul. Material wealth and your soul truth. Then we just ask for complete unconditional love healing now, showering you all with divine golden light, unconditional love, abundance, prosperity, energy. And really super conscious, please treat anything that needs to be treated. Please do any healing that needs to be done. Please bring in any energy that anyone needs for healing or integration. Thank you, super conscious. Please tag and treat anything that needs to be treated in the highest and best way, in the highest and best order. Letting super conscious just do all the work of aligning you back to your center, integrating all the energies, healing all of the chakras front and back, aligning all of the meridians, all the grid lines, all the energy centers, healing any tissues. And super conscious, just do anything is needed to assist everyone to come into balance, to come into alignment, all their energy centers, energy fields, emotional, etheric, mental, physical, emotional, timelines, grids, ancestral, lineages, past lives. Just bringing you all back into alignment, back into balance, integrating everything back to wholeness. Back into your body. And asking super conscious to do an unconditional love healing for all of you through all directions of time and space, wherever needed. And ask super conscious to apply that pure unconditional love wherever it's needed. Filling you back up. Aligning your nervous system, asking unconditional love healing to your nervous systems, to your kidneys, to your organs, to your DNA, your mitochondria DNA, and all levels and layers of your body and being. Going back into center. Going back into peace. And we just ask for our heart to come into coherence with our minds. Super conscious, please assist our hearts to come into coherence with our minds and our bodies and our souls. Any fear or resistance this brings up, superconscious, please tag and treat this from any lifetime, any dimension, any ancestral level, anything in the DNA, anything from the collective field. And in the highest and best way, in the highest and best order, we ask for a complete change of history and everything is needed. And a deep breath in. And out. And a deep breath in. And a deep breath out. Just coming back into coherence within ourselves, to ourselves, our heart, body, and minds, to our inner compass and to our inner direction and to inner clarity, knowing what's best and right and brightest for us. Lining back to soul, into abundance, into who we really are. Thank you, God.
Thank you.
God. Thank you, thank you. And think of what you're thankful for. Think of being thankful for this process, being thankful for this healing, being thankful for someone you love, being thankful for love, being thankful for the gift of life, being thankful for here and now. Being thankful for any teachers that have guided us to where we are, friends, family. Thank you, God. Thank you, all of your higher selves. Thank you to the higher spirits guiding us. Thank you, God. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, God. May all of your divine gifts come through with the greatest of ease. May abundance and prosperity and wealth just line your life forwards so that you may be in line with the purpose that your soul is here to be, and also wealth and abundance and prosperity together. May you walk, may every step before you now be a golden path, a golden brick road. And God, please give everyone the divine spiritual gifts that are here for them, for aligning to their spiritual purpose and divine wealth, and everything and anything that they might need on this path to claiming their divine inheritance and their divine birthright for who you all are and what you are all here for. This divine, beautiful gift that each of you are with your sole purpose here on this earth. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. May it be so for you and all beings through all directions of time and space. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then take a deep breath. And shower your prayer on up out to infinity and beyond. Coming back to your body, coming back to the here and now. Your own speed as you need. If you need to move, you need to groove, you need to hop around, whatever you need to do, drink water. That is such a great laugh. You got the greatest laugh, John. It's just so joyful. It's like childlike. Just childlike. Awesome. It's so cool. We have 4 people here, right? We have, oh yeah, 4 is a good number. Very solid. Yeah. How y'all doing? How y'all feeling?
Feeling pretty good. I was thinking about doing somatic stuff last couple weeks, and I just let it go, and here we are.
Yeah, it's really cool to see the process and how you feel into your body and let the energy flow. And when we really listen and follow our body, it does some really cool things. It's like so beautiful.
Yeah, just being open to whatever happens. Yeah.
Yeah, and so now I'm just going to command that all of our soul fragments, all of your soul fragments be lifted up into the light, cleansed, purified, and returned back to each of you in the highest and best way now, please. And all of my soul fragments that you all might have be lifted up into light, cleansed, purified, and returned back to me in the highest and best way. And now our energy just very beautifully, lovingly, delicately is unzipped so that your energy goes back to you and to you and to you. And so we disengage, we're engaged, but we disengage our energy fields. So you go back to you, I come back to me, and then we're just like parts of the ocean again in our own current, swimming through the seaweed. Awesome. This is like so cool to have someone just giggling, just laughing at us. Like so great. So great.
Getting high off love, yeah.
I'm getting a little high here. A lot of love. Yeah, love class. I should rename it. You're just gonna have some love class over here. Oh man. Well, so much love to y'all. It's been a lot of time and hours here, so I want to let you be free because we have tomorrow to work through. And so much love and blessings. And I'll see you. Anyone else need to share anything? You might all be good, but if you do, you can jump in. Okay.
We're good. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Like anyone watching this, we're all like in a very, you might be too, in a very ecstatic state. So I love you all so, so much. Go forth, have a beautiful night, sleep so, so well, have a nice snack, something salty, something sweet, and lots of water. So much love, so much gratitude, beautiful souls. Mwah. Yeah, cheers. Talk to you
See you
soon.
guys tomorrow.
Bye.
Thank you.